远，恐惧就没了善前，看猫咪伸手拨动了第几位度 Vibrate my super strength Roll the dice, 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 dice 不随意的存在 Night, 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 night Roll the dice, 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 dice 我存在，在 Infinite world Anything, anything goes Anything, anything's possible Anything's possible.
那副铠甲是怎么回事？
凯因已经变成恶魔了，快杀了他！杀了他！
妖若未成凡人，我竟然有点喜欢这小子。
The House of Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. defines the martial world. Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed. The House of Partings claims this land.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
真的要和我一起去神域吗？爆发了咒印的人，最后都会死吗？去过神域的人，如一生还。
你们11家族的命运永远不可改变。
让这命运败于我的剑下。
开运！
快躲开！
开运！我们来了！去吧！
咒印是你们应得的惩罚。
解决咒印的源头是神。
海阴咒印爆发，必须处死！杀了他！雷震能审判我哥哥！拉住啊！你逃不掉的，海阴。
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
Dark forces are gathering. The evil will soon break forth from the seal. Seal the evil! Just as I expected. I stalk the night, vanquishing evil with my foe. To banish evil, my own life is a small price to pay. Heavenly Wolf, heed my call. Attack with me. The will of the Heavenly Wolf forges my bow!
The moon shines on the ocean, lighting up the way home. Your mind is sharp, but not as sharp as my sword. Today is a bad day for the enemy. Justice of the moon! Moon! Blind them!
It's called tough love. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Twist and turn. I so got this down. Uh-oh. bold move. What a plain-looking, disobedient brat. I'm so gonna snitch on you. It's up to you how much excitement you can handle.
Are you the seeker of today?
I am Ogron, the Seer.
A fated encounter.
Back to the marsh.
A chance encounter can still lead to friendship. How could you put it like that, Master Seer? I'm just here to report. There are no enemies that fate can't bring together.
The post-match evaluation system has been updated. So how exactly do ratings work?
In short, your rating depends on how well you fulfill your hero's core responsibilities in your assigned lane. Every lane and every hero is unique and important. When you play different heroes in different lanes, your responsibilities change as well as the rating criteria. To keep ratings fair, the system analyzes dozens of factors based on your lane. Each lane has different responsibilities, which means their evaluation criteria vary massively. Even within the same lane, the rating criteria adjusts based on each hero's specialty. For example, in the Clash lane, Miyue prioritizes split push metrics like deaths, damage to towers, and gold to damage efficiency. Meanwhile, Lianpo focuses on teamfight metrics like damage taken per death, teamfight participation, and assists.
Junglers and marksmen are more likely to get MVP. But what about other classes?
All classes are important and irreplaceable. This system is designed to be fair to all lanes and all heroes. For example, as a roamer, the system compares your performance to the hero's global average across all matches.
How is split pushing evaluated? Does it score lower than keen fighting?
For split push heroes, the system calculates total structure damage. Being a solo destroyer, destroying towers alone triggers a highlight, granting bonus points. And destroying the enemy crystal alone gives massive bonus points. But remember, only use heroes good at split pushing for this. Play to their strengths. Every hero's contributions affect their rating. Split pushing won't always give you a lower score than team fighting. If you focus on your hero's main responsibilities, you can still earn a high rating.
If a hero can play both support and mid, does the rating change with the lane?
Generally, yes. The same hero has different rating criteria in different lanes. However, if you ruin teammates' experiences by using extremely off-meta lanes, your reputation points may be deducted. First, protecting your KDA is unnecessary as the game does not have a losing team MVP star protection mechanic. Such mechanics can encourage toxic MVP competition, like Xiao Chao's behavior here. We want to foster a fair and friendly game environment and dissuade teammates competing against each other for MVP. The new system only compares your performance to global data for that hero. Your score depends on how well you fulfill the hero's responsibilities. Second, an SSS rating requires exceptional performance, but lower ratings also grant rewards. You will earn ranked points for ratings from A+ to SSS. The new system introduces many different highlights as rating factors, making evaluations more rational and accurate. If you want a high rating, don't miss these highlights. Want to know more about highlights? Stay tuned for future community updates. Wait, I haven't told you the biggest news yet. The new evaluation system launches in Season 11 with a brand new post-match interface. Got questions or ideas? Drop a comment below and let's talk before we finalize the update.
Come on, let's go.
Rush me now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood, we born to be free. 驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了闪现，看猫咪伸手拨动了地气维度 ，Vibrate my super strength. Roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night. Roll the dice, 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 dice. 我存在，在 Infinite world. Anything, anything goes. Anything, anything's possible. So we just roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night. Give it life and I'm roll the dice, 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 dice. 我存在，在 Infinite world. Anything, anything goes. Anything, anything's possible. Rakan muda, coba cintamu dirimu. Rakan muda, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
In the silence, embers awaken. From the streets to the stars, the nation holds its breath. Two titans remain. This is the clash we've all been waiting for. This is the final. Two teams, one prize. The embers are no longer sleeping. They burn, they roar, and only one will arise.
Two final teams, only one trophy. From 8, we're starting off. But the strongest two alive and still standing in the grand finals, yeah. But only one will be crowned the champion of the first ever Malaysia Honor of Kings Spring Season Champions! Now, today's not just about the skills. It's about tenacity. It's about their survival instinct. It's about their wittiness and their composure and calm to turn the tide from losing to winning. Will they lose it and fall, or will they rise and soar, fly high in the sky? Because right now we will see what they are fighting for, presenting the trophy of the MKL Spring Season 2025. This is what they have been fighting for. This is the trophy of their honors, of their glory, of their blood, sweat, and tears. And this is their moment to achieve their one true dream. Now we're starting off. Let's welcome the first grand finalist to the stage. The first team, Nova Esports. Shun, CY, Wendy, Muchi, and Waveit. They'll be fighting against another grand finalist, Black Shoe Esports. Xiang, Musang King, Zihong, JR, and Yen. Without further delay, let's give the stage to our casters. But before that, let's starting off with a fist bump between the grand finalists. To start off, the officially our grand finals of MKL Spring Season 2025. Without further delay, let's give the stage to our casters for every thrilling moment. Let's get into the game, casters.
And this is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, that we are all waiting for. From 8 teams, 6 advanced to the playoffs after 2 gruesome days. And the final day right now, we are down to the final 2, the strongest 2 in the MKL. But there can only be one that can lift the trophy of the MKL Spring Season 2025. My name is Sagi, and alongside me, one last time for today, is none other than Mr. Kindo Fu.
Yeah, we're not just looking at the tangibles, we're looking at the intangibles as well, and I'm talking about the bragging rights. And of course your account number, right? We want those many zeros inside. Now, in order to reach that stage of the game, they have to win 4 games. So let's take a look at the teams as they approach this first game of the series. Our first team will be
Nova Esports. Exactly, Nova Esports drafting their Clash Lane FMVP star Nova Strand. In the Clash Lane, CY as their jungle, Wendy, their trusted import in the mid lane, Muchi, their farming, and Waveit as their roamer.
Okay, so that is a very strong lineup. We have seen them before, and on the other side, it is going to be BSE, Musang King in the jungle, Xiang in the Clash, JR in the farm, Dian in the roam, and of course Zihong in that mid lane role. So 5 members from each side looking to perform their best.
Exactly, and to note, Black Shoe Esports had a series today. They are well warmed up and they clawed themselves back to the grand finals from the lower bracket finals, which they took down AG in the 3-1 fashion. And today, they came in prepared. They lost 3-0 to the side of Nova Esports yesterday. Will the fate be the same today? Here, Ken, is the story to tell.
I think that's something that's really cool about BSE, because BSE, they've been dealt, very difficult cards time and time again, and every time they recover, they come back, and they come back like so much more stronger than what they have given in the previous games. So I'm expecting a very different BSE, and like you mentioned, the fact that they have played a series today, they're definitely warmed up.
They are definitely warmed up, and I really wanted to see an ultimate battle unfold between these 2 teams. Really, the first ever MKL, what a way to finish it if we can end with an ultimate battle, 7 games straight in. For those who don't know at home, we will be using the global ban pick, and right now, if the game score goes to 3-3, both teams gets to play the ultimate battle. And this mode, ladies and gentlemen, the GBP will not be existing in this mode anymore. There will be no bans, and it will be classic match where both teams can pick the same hero.
Yeah, you can play anything you want. The catch here is that whatever you pick, your opponent won't know, but you also won't know what your opponent is picking as well. So that's the beauty of the ultimate battle. You gotta pick whatever you want, but this is without any knowledge of what you're going up against. So let's save that for the future if it comes, but right now, at the present, ban and pick. Let's go.
That is the trophy that both teams are eyeing on, and let's say what we are eyeing on is definitely the draft of Game 1 between Nova Esports and Black Shoe Esports in the grand finals of this BO7. Talk to me, Kin, right now. I am so hyped for this.
Okay, so Arlie, I think this is going to open up the Loom pick, or maybe they can go with the Chano as well. Bear in mind, the Mai is also open for the side of BSE and Nova, depending on if they want to snap this up. Still viable at this point because Musang King helping the team pick up the Lady Sun along with the Mayin. These are pretty squishy in a way.
Indeed, and also something to note on about, some teams they'll purposely avoid these strong picks because they want to save these picks into the following games, because this is 6 to 7 games that we're talking about before you enter the ultimate draft. Imagine you expend all these strong picks in the first few games, you are going to run out of tactics here. So both teams, they both avoid the Maestro in the first set of the draft here. So Bans, Pei, Dharma being locked off the side of Nova Esports. Dolia and the Luna is locked up for the side of CY and Waypit for the side of Nova right now. Second stage. But one thing's for sure, we see the Agudo, the signature from Musang King being locked in.
Okay, so both teams playing very similar styles, right? In this case, you're looking for a front-facing tank while you provide room for your back line to really just dish the damage in. This is going to come in the form of Yu Huan for Wendy and of course Arlie for Muchi. They just get the pokes in. Same lineup for the side of Black Shoe Esport, where they're going to be hoping that JR and this Lady Sun is going to make the world's difference in the team fights. Hopefully the frag grenades and rolling rates land, and according to what you want out of an Agudo, those creators will come and help you get those lifesteal and chain lightning damages.
Exactly, I do agree, and especially when we see the Agudo, when we see the Lady Sun, we talk about these turret damage from time to time. You can demolish these turrets in the side lane with ease, with no pressure at all. So definitely that's something Nova Esports have to answer. But yet again, we see Arlie and Yu Huan being locked in. These two picks, I assume this Yu Huan is going to be towards the side of Waypit here because the Dola is banned out. So the pressure on Waypit here is high as he needs to take this Yu Huan pick.
It is. At the same time, right, the Clash Lane bans coming in with the Charlotte and Byron, it's to protect the backlines. And for now, it's a pretty sick ban because Nova Esports, right now, they can only depend on CY as they do the jump in. I think they need a lot more, and it's going to be even more difficult, especially when there's a ball coming in the form of Zhihong on this Yixing.
Ooh, both teams locking fast right here, Kin. All these four...
It is going to be quite difficult, right? So Nova Esports at this point, they're left with the last two picks. We'll see how this goes up against BSE. They need some more engage, they need some more dive potential. They can't leave CY to dive on his own. And maybe in terms of the role, maybe they can consider Zhang Fei. They need some survivability in the backlines as well. Alright, with that, we are left with the last pick. Right, so the last pick coming in for Black Shoe Esport, this needs to be someone who is able to help sustain in lane, so they need probably a big tank because Nova have doubled down. They need extra damage coming in the form of Gun and Mo. And of course, Sakya. This is a very strong early start to the game on the side of BSE. Whether they can actually go in for the invasion, that remains to be seen. But we do know the Dun. He will be able to come in and, look for their backlines. This is why the Sakya is picked. He's going to be able to heal up and give a lot of heals, a lot of sustenance to the side of BSE.
Definitely. I see these both two drafts, they come in packing with the same purpose, to win game 1 of this series right now. I was casted a stun by these two teams right now, and right now, we're back on the board. Let's evaluate both drafts real quick. Nova Esports drafting the Gun and Mo for Wendy right now to look to outrange Yixing onto Zhihong here. We have seen from time to time, Gun and Mo on Wendy has seemed to be a very dangerous pick here. On the side of Black Shoe Esports here, they play the double healing, the Secure and the Agudo lineup. Some very strong picks are coming from both sides in this best of 7 series game 1.
Yeah, so at this point, I think, look, the cost of the team isn't as expensive on the side of Black Shoe Esport because you don't really have to have a lot of farm on the Yixing. His main purpose here is to be able to get the catches with the second skill, right? And lay down sliding stones, get a bit of damage in, and also just mainly to support the team. He's like a pseudo support.
Indeed, pseudo support providing more of these gold potentially towards JR or Xiang onto the side, or even Musang King, so he gets this Blood Rage, he gets all these items into his the early game. And right now, both teams here sending their roamer all the way down to really put focus on this 2v2 matchup here, kid.
Yes, and this means because we're going stock standard right now, this is where sprites, river sprites, and the fire beak are very important.
Oh, a 2v2 pulls out to the bottom side right now. Game goes dangerously low. Has he already expended the flash right now? Oh, that was close. I believe just now, DN went in with the flash mobility power, trying to chunk down Muchi's health. But yet again, Muchi with the frenzy on Ali is so devastatingly strong, and they took a very good trade back.
Yeah, it's very important for Muchi's timing on that Maple Dance, right? Cancelling out all of the projectiles. That's going to be a very important marker. At the same time, Zhihong is not having a good time in the mid lane, right? The support coming in from CY, number one, helps him gain a little bit more EXP and gold, but at the same time also pushes Zhihong away.
Ooh, that is true. Zhihong being pushed away, but still, Musang King is there to pick up the wave in his absence of his mid lane. Right now, both junglers unlocking level 4. Both ultimates are once again strong onto Hero's Gorge right now. Who will draw first blood? Who will make the first play here?
For now, it's pretty even in this case, right? The rotation is definitely going to be a little bit faster on the side of BSE. That initial rotation onto the Clash lane, they need to figure something out. And one of the options to explore is that Space Sprite, because we're hitting that 2-minute mark, which means the Space Sprite will be spawning on the top side.
Exactly, and looking at the rotation so far here, look at how many players are invested on the top side here. As you mentioned, the Dimensional Sprite, the portal right now has been open right now, but both teams, they pivot away and allow this 1v1 matchup to resume in the Clash lane.
It really is the most minute of differences, right? That really can change the state of your game. And right now, first blood goes on to Xuan. Xiang actually gets the kill on the Clash lane. And this is a big marker of success for the side of BSE. How can they use this to kind of put themselves in a better position?
That is a solo kill and game 1 of the grand finals here with against none other than Xuan here. So a statement of a kill coming in from Xiang right there. Probably a tussle between the sprite to the top side, and Xiang came in victorious.
Yeah, and they're going to do a little bit more damage here. They have taken the Task Force away from the lineup of Nova Esports. Once again, this is amplified. Musang King takes another camp, the Firehawk, at the bottom. So Nova Esports, they kind of lose the lead they've gotten for themselves in the early parts of the game. The question is, 4-minute mark, who is going to benefit of this Tyrant fight? Or is there even going to be a fight?
Looking at both teams right now, they don't have an exact big lead like you mentioned. Maybe we might see a big set sail coming in from the Clash lane towards the Tyrant pit. But we have to see what is the setup, what is the game plan like you mentioned. Maybe it's a trade-off objectives. Buff for Tyrant for buff. We'll have to see what is in store in this upcoming 4th-minute mark.
I think, you know, in terms of the farm lane, it's going to be more advantageous for JR at this point because of the way that his kit is being built. So it's going to take a bit of time before that Doomsday comes for Muchi. And until then, look, JR already on his way to getting that Eternity Blade. Halfway there.
Especially right now, we see Muchi, as you mentioned, still far away from his first item. As we know, the Arlie is always good when she hits that Doomsday. Once she unlocks that Doomsday, she's gonna be an absolute menace in the side lane. So right now, that is the go-to plan for Nova Esports. Hence, they are allowing Muchi more time, more room to farm towards that power spike.
Yeah, but the gold difference, it's BSE needed to be more, right? JR has like, 100 gold ahead of Muchi. They need a little bit more, and maybe this engagement, everything falls on the Wendy. He needs to land those snipes ASAP. The roll comes in, Wave Pit is falling low. It could be the second kill for them, but the set sail! They do make it out by Wendy! He finishes the job, Wave Pit on the backlines, going for the heals as well. They get the kill onto Xuan. It doesn't matter, can they finish the job? Muchi pops the frenzy, gets the kill on the end. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and after the dust settles, Nova Esports this time they maintain their minuscule lead, but it's a lead nonetheless.
But still, the fight goes on. Xiang gets stunned in, and the rolling blade comes in, and they secure the 3rd kill to mark themselves on the mat in this game 7. 3 kills to the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, big moments now. This is a 1,000 gold lead along with the Azure Golem being taken down. Musang King needed that, and Muchi, he does even more damage. This T1 on the bottom is just shy of being taken down. And Nova, see why, he's working hard. This Tyrant, first one of the game, will go into the hands of Nova Esports.
That's a lot of objectives. 3 kills into 3 objectives, namely the Azure Golem, the bottom tower, and the Tyrant. Just with that play alone, the early game lead that Black Shrew Esports was really meditating with, it falls over to the hands of Nova Esports right now, and they come back with 2,000 gold lead already.
Yep, so this brings me to my point. I think BSE, they're not as strong in the team fighting department against Nova, and that's how Nova has been winning in the games in the series against them. Even when that 3-0 win came from Nova, BSE did have priority in the neutral resources, but they lost the team fights over and over again.
Lost the team fights over and over again, and right now that punished them in terms of towers, in terms of neutral objectives right now. Yet again, another tower falls into the hands of Nova Esports. What can Blackstream Esports do to really stop the bleeding? As we know, if towers falls down, priority is given towards the side of the team that takes them. So right now, both side lanes open up already for Nova Esports.
Yep, they need a little bit more information. They need to make better decisions, right? You can't occupy the entire map at the same time. That's physically impossible. So Nova will leave some gaps, but BSE need to find out where those gaps are in order to come back into this game. And here we go, Musang King, he's rolling around. He's trying to give information for the team. They now know that CY and Waypit are around, but they don't know the total number of Nova Esports members.
This is the pressure we're talking about, Kin. Once you drop those side towers, this is the jungle invasion that we're gonna see. Once they settle the blue buff, the Azure Golem, they're gonna rotate back to the right side. But right now, Engage might go through mid as they slow to steady take the tower down, but Engage goes in!
Yep, the board is laid down, but it's a defensive board because they lose the T1 nonetheless. At the same time, they actually burn out Zhong's life. He's left with a sliver of health. And meanwhile, while that is happening, there is a little bit of structural damage on the T2 on the bottom side of the map. So BSE, they don't lose anyone, but they lose the map a little more.
A little more, but it's the mid tower we're talking about. The key essence of the map rotations here being taken down once again from the South Blackstream Esports here. Right now, they are attacking the Crimson Golem and is going towards the hands of CY. Absolute jungle domination here in game 1 of Nova versus BSE.
Yep, Nova has them in a chokehold. You do not let go at this point. So BSE, they have to try and figure out a way to slow down this aggression. Nova Esports ahead by 4,000 gold. Let's see. The biggest differential is in the jungle and the mid. Look at the goal difference between Wendy along with CY against Musang King and Zhong.
Man, that's a big goalie that you pointed out, and especially Wendy already rocking those two items. Scepter with the Venomous Staff to reduce all these healing from the Sakura, from the Agudo, from the side of Blackstream Esports here. So already the optimized itemization here coming in strong for Nova Esports.
Yeah, and I think it's also a safety net, right? They can actually definitely go into the Tome of Wisdom on the side of Wendy. Just straight up, don't even go for the Savant's Wrath, right? We go for the max damage item.
Max damage item, percentage damage increase, so definitely that is one part that he can go for. And what's to go for Nova Esports? Once again, taking down already the last tier 2 of the side of Blackstream Esports as short of 8 minutes only here.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes. This is a quick game. 5,000 goal lead to the side of Nova Esports. At the same time, the map control is so strong. CY practically lives in the jungle because right now, with 10 seconds more to go, the Crimson Golem will be available for CY to steal. Meanwhile, the other lanes are all pushing in. So Nova Esports in a very commanding position.
In a very commanding position, Muji has already hit all these power spec that he needs, and he's an absolute menace right now. Wendy, all these freshly forged daggers are hitting hard. Look at JR, 1 dagger it is, and it's forcing his rolling rate out.
And this is the win condition, right? This is exactly how the composition of Nova is supposed to operate. Set sail, opening up the roundabout, maybe to catch them off guard as well. We go, boat is going to be thrown, does not connect onto anyone. But the structural damage is the one that they're looking for. At the meantime, Nova Esports, they don't have to overcommit, right? It's free farming. They lock the farm ability on the side of Blackstream Esports. Exactly, they just have to wait for this 10-minute mark. They're securing one last objective before the Shadow variant here. Tyrant into their pockets, and potentially they do not secure the Tyrant, but they secure the Overlord waves that are gonna march down the towers of Blackstream Esports. And right now, 20 seconds on the clock, the Shadow variant will spawn onto the map, and that is the go time, the go button for Nova Esports for the endgame push. Yep, this one is more of like pouring salt onto the wound, right? So they actually get to see that CY has access into that Azure Golem, and there's really, at this point, absolutely nothing they can do about it. So BSE, they have to sit back, be patient, lick their wounds. They have to lick their wounds. They have to find a way to curb this monstrosity of a lead that's coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. Maybe a high ground fight, a good engage coming in from Xiang or Dian will probably make it work. But hey, yet again, 3-2 in scoreline, but still 5,000 gold lead strong. And right now on the side of Nova Esports, they are looking for double objective. Oh, they definitely can do it, right? You have Ganemo, you have Muchi on that early. There's a lot of damage coming in from this lineup. And I mean, this is actually a pretty huge commitment in terms of ban picks, right? So I think it's great that Nova Esports are finding value with this very meta strong and meta heavy draft.
Exactly. They expanded their blue side early. They are finding a win with the pick right now. If you usually expand all these top priority picks and you don't find a win, that's going to be a troublesome issue right now. This falls maybe onto the plans of Blackstreet Esports as well. Maybe they're thinking that, okay, game one, we give him the early, we test around the waters. But hang on a moment though, Unending Sorrow gets forced out by Waypit.
Yeah, very aggressive movements coming in. JR did burn his... hang on, the nice catch! Wendy gets bursted down, but CY catches the 3 on the backlines. The backup is coming. Where is Mushi? He's jumping in, looking for the target. Manages to lay down quite a bit of damage. Xuan trades his life for Dian. It's a 2 for 3. Not looking good for Nova Esports as BSE survive, and it looks like they are starting to try.
Dian with the vision game, catching Wendy off guard with a minuscule of a second, punishing him immediately with Flash Mulberry Power. And right now, the Overlord and the Tyrant that they secured are absolutely negated. And right now, Blackstreet Esports, they found the room of that need to live with.
Yes, there is a very thin line between confidence and arrogance, and for once, Nova got arrogant. Wendy stepped so far forward, got caught out not just by the board, actually the entirety of BSE was in his face. So Wendy, I think he needs to play a little safer at this point, or he's gonna consistently get punished. Let's take a look at how that happened.
Okay, vision, check out the vision. Immediately Mulberry Power flash into Wendy. He did not expect anyone to be in that bush that Secure has planted. And following fight, the damage is a bit scattered from both teams here. Muji wants to go for Musang King here, but the JR on the side immediately kiting to perfection away from the likes of the Sun. And hang on, another fight breaks out.
Yep, and then the board laid down. This time, Waypit is the one victim, but on the backline, Xuan gets the kill on the DN. Can they get more? The flash committed by Zhong as well. But even if they survive, the T3 might not. There is a lot of structural damage at this point. Nova Esports opens up and a big wound into the side of Blackstreet Esports.
That's a silent hero already down for the side of 12 minutes here. Right from replay, they come back with another fight with Waypit engaging with the Mournful Tempo. And right now, they're knocking on another tier 1 off the side of Blackstreet Esports.
Knock knock, who's there? Not BSE, because they can't give away free kills, and right now this could be a barren base. They don't have enough damage, no minions to support the cause. Backdoor defense is going to be active. So BSE, they survive for the moment, but they're just hanging on.
Just hanging on. One more tier 3 on the bottom side of Blackstreet Esports that they have to hang on to it right now. If you look at timers, Nova Esports rinse and repeat, collect the jungle resource, and they would march right towards the Tyrant and the Overlord for the game-winning decisive push.
Yep, that flank by Xuan, my goodness, that was a big one. And bear in mind, he does have the frigid charge as well. That's a lot of CC and control coming down. So Nova Esports, they have some big cards to play. But we don't count BSE out. There is a comeback potential here.
There is a comeback potential, and Wendy just bought that Void Staff right into his pocket right here. And look at that damage on the Zhong. Small pokes coming in. Musaki, do you want to face check this?
Yeah, Muji going in takes quite a bit of damage as well though, so not the best situation they find themselves, but Muji will slowly get healed up. At the same time, Waypit is just providing vision for the team.
Yeah, Mournful Temple playing around his unending sorrow to actually escape from these situations. Xiang here dancing around the battlefield, trying to secure any form of vision that he can for BSE here. However, the objective has been started. His Zhong might be caught out, gets stunned.
Yep, the board is laid down, but he gives his life for that. And at this point, CY is in the middle of 4, but it is not him being caught, it's him catching the rest of them. JR on the back lines, the bolt hits him in the face, but at the same time, the base is going to fall. The minions have reached it, and BSE fall apart. The people have fallen, and the crystal will fall next. Game 1, Nova Esports.
The crystal has fallen like you mentioned, Kid, and game 1 goes over to Nova Esports. They secured that win flawlessly, aside from that small hiccup towards the end, but still, what a dominating win to take game 1 of the series.
They really switched it up, right? it's crazy. The moment the board was laid down, I think Nova was like, we're just using this Tyrant to bait, right? If they commit such a big ultimate in our bases, as long as CY is not caught, we go straight in, and that's exactly what they did.
And Xuan's thinking was so immaculate. He saw the angle, he's like, okay, I took out the boat, set sail is on. He did a full 360 to gank JR onto the bottom side. Immaculate play coming in from this man alone.
Yep, he killed my camera as well with that gank.
That gank was insane. He traveled all the way to your side and ganked you as well. Just look at this man. He is so capable on this Sun pick.
Yeah, but that was a big moment. I think the moment they got the lead, and this is one pattern I hope you guys see, which is, I think Nova are perfectly comfortable with giving neutral resources over the BSE. You can have the lead, no problem. But the moment we start the team fight, if you give us a chance, Nova will take over.
So far, like you say, Ken, I do agree so as well. The team fights has been in favor of Nova Esports. Their personal prowess, their individual mechanics has been on a different level so far, at least for this game 1. If you're a BSE, you gotta pick up the slack real quick. Maybe, just like the storyline of versus BSE versus AG, they can come back in the following games.
Yes, and BSE, look, the lineup is supposed to operate as the same way as Nova Esports, right? So we put ourselves in a position where our backline, like the Yixing and the Lady Sun, are supposed to be able to touch you. JR did hit the financial marker. He's at 11k. But when you're dealing with a lineup that has burst potential such as Wendy, and very early on already had like 3 core items with the Scepter of Reverberation, the Void Staff, and also with the Venomous Staff, how do you fight against that?
How do you fight against it? So much range, so much space being covered by one gun and more. And look at that damage though, 113,000 on this pick.
Yeah, and it's a very short game, guys. It's not like it's a 20-minute game. This guy, Wendy, dealt this 113 in about less than 15 minutes.
Exactly, but still, we gotta give some spotlight to the engagers, to the playmakers on the side of Nova Esports, Stren and CY. Yes, the president from the side of the actual Esports, JR, on the laser was very fed and very well itemized. But still, these 2 players single-handedly zoned JR for the rest of the fight, forcing him into a very bad position.
Which was very scary, right? Because as JR is like, okay, let me try and get away from CY. And even as you manage to get away from him, then suddenly Xuan shows up with his boat and is like, set sail, I'm gonna see you in the waters and I'm gonna send you underneath. Now, this was a pretty straight growth for the side of Nova. I don't think there were a couple of drops, a nice team fight, but that's just one moment of glory as the rest was given to Nova.
Exactly. That one moment of glory, it did bounce back the goalie just by a slightly, like you mentioned, but still, in the end, Nova Esports, with the superior gameplay, with the superior team fighting, came out on top to close game 1 of the best of 7 series.
So, are we gonna see a 4-0 today? Because this is the exact same Nova we saw yesterday. I don't know if this is the same BSE they want to see again.
We can never count them out here, Kin. They are always backs against the wall, and they will show us what it is to be S2 and KC 2024 champions. But still, Nova Esports being the recent champions here, you still have that point as well. So it is going to be a hard question to answer here.
Alright, let's take a look at the MVP of this game. It has to be Wendy, no? No, okay, yes, CY, the main initiator, he was the one that provided so much space for the team. His ability to jump in and push the members on the side of BSE back was one of the core reasons why Wendy, as well as Xuan, had so much time to plan their moves and calculate whatever they wanted to do, soaking up 39% of the team's hero damage given by BSE.
He is the brick wall and he is the Dune Fencer, and he definitely made it count in this game here. With that KD of 2-1 and 7, he was there when his team needed him the most, and he led the charge in this game 1 here, kid.
Yeah, it's the dun dun dun. When he arrives, the theme music comes, and then BSE has to back off.
But yeah, let's take a look at how he actually became the MVP of this game 1 in this game highlight real quick. Let's check out this play. This was the initial engage, and look at CY. Getting the Unruly Blade alongside with the set sail onto the backline of Wu Sang, immediately annihilating him. And right now, yes, Xiang Yu came in with the engage, you called out Sean, but the follow-up engage coming in from Wuchi, immaculate.
Yes, it was a lot of space provided, right? And that was what's so concerning. At the same time, look, the amount of control they have, it's pretty hard to deal with. It gets very frustrating on the side of BSE because you know the combinations are available for you, but what do you do when plays like this are being made? Xuan, that was a pretty disgusting set sail.
And look at this upcoming set sail. So they pick off CY. CY picks off Zihong, and look at the set sail. He doesn't immediately go for the engage. He takes a big 360, looks for the main carry, which is none other than JR, and look at that. Wind Slash into the set sail. Whoa.
Yeah. Perfect set. And at this point, the base was already getting broken, right? And all they had to do was to waste time. They didn't even need to finish the kills. And Musang King, I mean, he's trying his best, but as an Agudo against the rest of the lineup on the side of Nova, there's no way. So game number 1, confidently secured by the side of Nova Esports. I say confidently because it was not the cleanest. They did get a little overconfident at times. Wendy, I'm talking about you.
But right now, as we say, Ken, that's only game 1. And right now, game 2, side selection goes to BSE and they choose the blue side. Right now, if you're the blue side, you have expended already early on the side of Nova Esports. So you have to take the ban or you might give it over to the likes of JR, which is also a master elite pivoter in this kind of draft. So definitely, as we go on to the entire GBP into game 6, it's definitely going to be a lot of heroes expended for both teams.
I'm just curious whether they will kind of prio the Mai for Zhihong. I think Zhihong has played really well. And look, the Diao Chan game in the previous series, I think that really boosted his confidence. Why not give a player that has performed well another chance to shine? And, you know, coming from a defeat in your first game, pro players don't get so demoralized like that easily, right? They'll come back with more fires. Like, no, I don't want to lose. We're here to win.
Yeah, we're here to win, and let's see how they're gonna win it over in the first phase of the games. Ooh, that's a nice MKL trophy here, but let's put our focus onto the draft between these two teams, which is upcoming in a little bit between Blackstreet Esports and Nova Esports. And right at the get-go, the Ali, the Dharma, and Luna gets banned out immediately.
Okay, I was gonna think they were gonna allow the pay, but I think, yeah, probably not. So Nova, they ban out the pay. This opens up the loan for the side of Blackstreet Esports. There's plenty of picks that are available here. Look, they can even try for the long forgotten Ho E build here, right? You engage from afar, get the stun, finish it up.
That is definitely true, but however, Ken, I gotta remind you, Hoi does not have a very satisfying win rate in the MKL. Out of 10 games, I think he has only gotten 1 win so far, from the Blackstreet Esports especially. So for this draft, you kinda let go something. My Shiranu to Wendy, will it be locked? No. It's gonna be the Dolia and Channel being locked in for the side of Nova Esports here. Channel, very decent lane counter into the long, and Dolia here to remove any form of actually refresh ultimates here coming in from Blackstreet Esports further draft.
Yeah, this could be a Dolia lane, right? At the same time, I mean, there's other big tanks available. They could go either way. Oh wow, okay, Blackstreet Esports, they go for the tested and true Princess Frost and Liang combination. This once again is a very strong early game combination.
Exactly, and the last time we saw this, Nova Esports pulled out the counter, which is the Liu Bang in their third phase. So are we gonna see the exact same counter come in from Nova Esports here, or are they gonna put focus onto Wendy's Mai Shiranu here on the third pick?
I mean, there's also the Guan Yu, right? Okay, yeah, so I think Guan Yu is not bad. I mean, there's pros and cons, right? Because the Guan Yu does get slowed if they have like the knockback from the riding the wind on this JR Loom. And unless BSE plays the card first, this Guan Yu can't really make a move that easily.
Can't make a move that easily, and what can move very well is gonna be the Jing being locked off for the side of Nova Esports towards BSE. As we've seen so far, BSE has pulled out the Liang Frost into Jing combo very well in the series against AG. So right now, a very smart ban coming in by them.
Does this mean it's a Kaiser pick? I mean, you need a tank on the side of Nova, right?
You do need a tank from the side of Nova here, and that is still open for discussion for the side of Nova Esports, as they still have a bit of time to think about their Kaiser in the jungle here. Maybe the All-Ground, and maybe the Kaiser here. So double refresh with the Dahlia Ultimate here does favor Kaiser's Invisible Warrior, as you mentioned.
I feel the Ogren doesn't really fit in the BSE's lineup. Yes, it's a tank, but like the damage output might be a little too slow. I'm looking at a more disastrous jungler, maybe in the form of the Kaiser as well. Like, he can go and dish out quite a lot of damage. There's Menki to be able to disrupt quite a lot of movements on the side of Nova. They just need someone who can dive, or they can take a risk, double down, go for an assassin.
Ooh, Assassin into Liang and Princess Frost does seem to be a high risk, high reward type of playstyle here. Maybe as you mentioned, the Nua being locked in so early here, so they are like what you mentioned, they want to hide the pick until the very last moments to see whether they should bring out the Kaiser or some other jungle duo that can really pair up well with Dolia.
I mean, this split pushing ability is going to be quite strong from the side of Nova Esports, and I'm talking about Xuan on this Guan Yu. So there is an option for them to explore maybe getting the Hanxing as a jungle, but I would ideally like a Hanxing with a Liu Bang, right? Because then you get the safety net as well. But Blackthrough Esports, I would think, yeah, why not go for an assassin jungler here? Free food, you get to kill the Nua, you get to burst the channel as well. Well, but Ogren, okay.
Ogren, okay, they go back to the safety net, they lock Ogren and the side lane pick, which is mentioned Charlotte here. And Charlotte, as we know, a very standardized counter into the Guan Yu to get the early phase win, to get towards the mid game where he can be this uncontrollable side lane unit. Absolute domination, right? But still, Nova Esports, 25 seconds on the clock. The last pick will be fallen over to the jungle pick of CY here. What is it gonna be? Is it gonna be another assassin, or are we gonna see the standard Kaiser Dolia combo?
It hit me. Maybe the Lamb.
Oh, yeah. Maybe the Lamb.
Maybe the Lamb. Because there's no more Agudo for the side of Blackthrough Esports, right?
That is true.
I mean, Death from Below, you can kind of lock people in. It goes in synergy with the Nua and the Guan Yu as well. But yeah, I would think that a Kaiser makes more sense.
Monkey.
But no, Menki. Okay, a tank for tank.
Yep, tank for tank, and somebody to actually be able to block the damage coming in from Princess Frost Liang combo freeze. So still, a Monkey double Dream Roll or double Nua Annihilation here, or to an extent, double Razor Cavalry coming in from Guan Yu if he can find these multi-flank angles, right? So Nova Esports does look for those kind of draft. Play the front to back and allow Guan Yu on the side of Xuan to find these flank angles onto the backline of BSE. For BSE, they want to play this 4-1. 4-1 draft, allow Charlotte to dominate the side lane, and allow this 4-man unit to pick off these units on the side lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very situational to use your Celestial Melody for Waypit onto any other hero besides Wendy. I think Wendy should be the prio. Meanwhile, BSE, they're going to need a lot of control. And in fact, the early game in the mid lane should be able to sustain against Wendy. So Wendy's going to have a hard time, but I'm just curious whether Xuan will come in to support that mid lane before he goes on to try and contest against the Charlotte.
Well, rather be curious, let's find out ourselves in Game 2 of this Best of 7 series between Blackthrough Esports versus Nova Esports.
Okay, so they do make the jump. Xuan does keep an eye out in the mid for his mid laner, but it looks like they can't play that honestly because Waypit now caught in the middle of 2.
Caught in the middle of 2, gets burned out a heck of a lot of HP here. So Waypit is very low though, he can do recall and take the platform bounce, and Musang King here securing the Wild Boar camp early game as a jungle invade here. Furthermore, taking all the jungle resource, even the mid sprite as well. So a very good start so far for the side of Blackthrough Esports.
Yeah, this is very standard BSE, right? So I think at this point for me, this is the least out of any expectation I have of BSE. Is a great start. My biggest question for them after looking at least 4 games over the past 2 days with them, can they win the fight? That's the thing. Like, the first fight.
That is true. Can they win the first fight? Can they win all these skirmishes that Nova is so good at? But right now, though, Xiang is slowly poking out Xuan's HP bar as to show dominance in this matchup. Right now, Wendy here just tickling a bit on the side of Musang King's health bar, just making sure he does not clear in ease right now. And for both teams, they are just playing a very standard jungle start, looking for the level 4 for their junglers here. But still, the main thing for BSE, the first ultimate from the Liang, is detrimental and crucial.
Yes, the moment he hits 4, that's going to be a big problem. But Dian, thankfully, for the side of Nova Esports, is still level 2. Now, they are going to put a little bit more pressure. The support does come in. I don't think anyone wants to be too aggressive on the side of Nova just yet.
Yep, just yet. And one small thing to note about, traditionally speaking, the Nua does form a bit of a counter towards the side of the Long. When he goes through the sky with the Infinite Vases landing down, you will see an immediate annihilation coming down to your face. So that's maybe what Wendy is looking for with this Nua pick here. And right now, a 1v1 goes to the bottom side, and right now, Wendy does not come here with the emergence.
Yep, I think it's a bit. He wants to relieve pressure against JR, right? Muchi is actually not having too big of a good time against JR. I think just the positioning in short. But Annihilation does come through, puts themselves in a healthy position against JR. They want to burn this infinite fastness.
Yep, the pour down here does heal JR back to a half here, and right now both teams here prioritizing the bottom side, and who will get the fire beak, it will go to the side of Dian here. But emergence comes in though, level 4 Dian, you might not know. Oh. Infinite Vastness.
Yeah, Infinite Vastness. It's already committed at this point with the coalescence and creation. The first matrix has been formed. Nothing too big just yet. They want to put a little bit more damage onto this T1. and maybe force out rotations from the side of BSE, slow down that invasions in the jungle camps.
Oh, a very big rotation coming from both teams, as you mentioned. 3v3 strong already towards the side of the bottom side. But look at the gold though. BSE already rocking a 1,000 gold lead so far.
Yeah, because Nova can make the trades. They haven't found any camps to invade.
That is true. Musang King playing a splendid job, taking away all these small camps, taking away all these resources. In terms of camp sharing right now, BSE is in the lead.
Yeah, at the end, you know he was looking for his ultimate there, but he was a little bit worried, right? He was like, I don't see all the members of Nova. What if I get stopped when I drop that ultimate? And his worry, valid, because there was Wei Pip hiding in the sidelines, and all he needed to do is to use the first and second skill combination, and he would have knocked Dian away from that full ultimate duration.
Exactly. And right now, if you are Nova Esports, you're kind of in a comfortable position, right? Yes, you're losing out all these camps, but as long as Dian does not find these amazing engage on the Liang Pei, you are still good and well for the early game here. And right now, as we mentioned, Dian wants to look for this engage before the Tyrant, and Tyrant has been spawned onto Hero's Gorge.
Yeah, but the timing has been messed up a little bit. It looks like Nova, I don't think they want to contest this. They can't, in fact. They have to secure their Crimson buff. Attempted steal coming in with the Annihilation, not going to work out. So, BSE, a good position to have as they maintain this 1,000 goal lead against Nova.
But still, a fight has yet to be broken out from both teams here. As you mentioned here, Kin, Nova does excel even better in terms of team fighting. So we have to see how it forms out at the first few engages and first few confrontations from these both two teams.
Yep, and to be honest, I think BSE is a-okay, right? Hey, nobody wants to fight. We are fine because they have this advantage that has been slowly increasing from, what, 500 to 1,000, now about 1,003 ahead of Nova Esports just by taking camps.
Just by taking camps, just by doing proper rotations and goal sharing amongst the members. So that's definitely a feat, something to really be proud of for South BSE because they really did it well. So for the side of BSE here, they are looking to pressure down this bottom tower to chip it down to a half right now. Rainport goes in, heals JR back to a full. Still, 0-0 on the board.
Okay, but let's take a look at the goal difference, right? The main marker here is the main goal difference here because Musang King is 1,000 gold ahead of CY. It's not a very big detriment, but the thing is 4,400. I think Musang King should be able to kill almost anyone else on the side of Nova.
That is true. Already Eye of the Phoenix completed and slowly working towards the Ominous Premonition. Lane swap comes in here for both teams here as they swap their focus towards the side lane turrets here. However, bottom tower, the minions might be going to the tower and going to Vayne.
Yes, so Xuan giving vision for the team. They do make the trade on the T1 on the top. And maybe this could be the start for Nova Esports' first engagement inbound.
Inbound Smite secures, who secured the Crimson, but First Blood goes over to BSE.
Yo, First Blood, what a kill onto Xuan, caught on the backlines. CY now caught in no man's land, saved by Wendy for the moment. And for the first time in a long time, BSE, they have the advantage in the team fights.
They have the advantage and they are rocking that goal lead that you have mentioned. 2,000 healthy just by one kill in the 6-minute mark is a feat to actually talk about. And right now, BSE Musang King is heavily invested towards this Azure Golem, but he is a bit teeny too late.
I think he can continue to be aggressive, right? End of the day, he's level 10, hitting that level 11 marker really soon. And look at the level difference. He's 2 levels ahead of Wendy once he hits 11. And Muchi is not going to be a problem at all. He's going to be able to kill them quite easily. Dream Roam going to be committed. CY looking for the opening. Has to use the Dream Roam secondarily to get out to safety.
I mean, if you're Nova Esports, right, as long as you wait Muchi until he gets the Daybreaker, there is still chance in these team fights because, as we know, Musang King, yes, you are the Ogre and you're extremely fed. He is slowly working towards the Blood Rage, towards the Ominous Premonition, but once Muchi, given the time, he can still take down this heavy tank that BSE has.
Okay, so healthy damage onto JR, but because of the itemization coming in for the side of Wendy, it's not big enough to be able to threaten JR's life in full. So Nova Esports, I don't think this is a fight that they would love to take, but they have to take it if it comes to it.
They have to take it, and look at Xuan's position here. CY goes in onto Zihong.
Yeah, Winter is here. Zihong is not going to be caught for now, but gets killed off by Wendy on the backlines. Xuan trying to make the break, but not going to happen. Gets suppressed. taken out by Musan King as well. Only Zhihong is the one to fall. Meanwhile, on the side of Nova, Xuan and CY both have been taken by Musan King. A double kill as they look to establish control on the Gorge. BSE doing well.
BSE doing not just well, they steal away the Crimson Golem, and right now Musan King is targeted on the Earth Zero Golem, right? To add insult into injury of those 2 kills, they are riding the wave right now.
Yup, that's a big kill. JR, he gets that first one in the next skirmish in this game. And with that 4-1 kills, this has suddenly snowballed into a 4,000 goal lead. BSE in the lead.
4,000 gold lead, and right now they are knocking onto the mid turret. The essence, the key tower to hold all these neutral objectives. Right now being broken open with this 4,000 gold lead here, kid. It might just go even further from this point.
Yeah, we're 90 seconds away. Less than that, in fact, for that first Shadow variant of the game. And right now, Nova, they need to start searching, search hard. But it is a risk as Xuan gets a spot onto Dian and instantly has to back off.
Yep, he instantly has to back off because this suppression cannot be cleansed by his Soaring Green Jade here. So right now, both teams have to play extremely careful, especially Nova Esports here. Xuan here, camping this bush, might want to look for a big engage to bring his team back to life here.
Yep, JR successfully snatches that Tyrant for the team. Xuan has to use his second skill to run away at this point. Or did he pop his ultimate? No, right?
No ultimate being popped here as he still has that green bubble towards the right side here again. So definitely we have to see Blackstreet Esports upcoming invade towards this Crimson buff that's going to be spawned in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Musan King gets eyes on the CY. Just want to push them away so they can put a little bit more pressure on this T2. Maybe just push them away for JR to get this Crimson Golem as well. Beautiful push and shove coming in from the side of BSE as Nova struggle to keep up with the pace of BSE.
You are asking, where was BSE? Will it be a 3-0 or 4-0? But no, BSE tells you they amp up the pace and they are back strong in Game 2 right now. So we have to see, will this result in the game-winning play here? Right now, BSE knocking onto Tier 2 for the side of Nova.
Yeah, JR working hard onto this T2. Don't think they will be able to defend this on the side of Nova Esports. They have to give it up for free. Also gives Dian that Azure buff. So, look, I love teams that hate losing because this is exactly what BSE are made of.
That is the beauty of MKL right here. 2 teams, champions of their own respective awards, and right now they are duking it out for the first ever MKL title, and that's a double annihilation coming out to really sneak the peak, but they pulled off the aggro and they reset it knowing for the fact that they will attempt it.
Yeah, I mean, BSE, they are all up in Nova's minds. Guaranteed. They know exactly what they're going to do before they do it. And this one is a very clear indication that BSE are locked in.
They are indeed locked in right now, rocking at 6,000 gold lead, and right now 4-1 in terms of scoreline. In terms of towers, they are definitely looking at the final Tier 2 at the bottom lane of Nova Esports. So right now, both teams are preparing for a bit of a push here as JR and Dian camping towards their own jungle.
I mean, right now is the time to really secure all the resources, right? You need to kind of stop the growth, and that's exactly what they're doing. So, Crimson buff now in the hands of JR and Musan King.
They're just waiting for the timers. They're stacking waves at the bottom lane so they can take out this last Tier 2 at the bottom side of Nova. So, very well methodical play here, very well macro plan.
6,000 gold though, that's a big difference. And now, when you give a 6,000 gold difference to BSE, they will just choke you out.
And right now, just they're choking, they are stacking once again another wave into the ball lane thanks to the help of the turret here. And right now, Flaming Palms right onto the tower of the Tier 3 for Nova Esports mid. Look at them, they're still stacking waves.
Yeah, they are free to do so, right? BSE right now, they are in full control of this game. It is now a 7,000 gold lead, and all they need to do to start rotating towards that Shadow Overlord, they will be able to put even more pressure.
There is still one problem though, kid. BSE, yes, they have the 7,000 gold lead, but still, having to go high ground against the likes of Nuwa, against the likes of Muchi is still a very tough task here. They have to get something out of this Overlord that they are taking right now. That's the first annihilation.
Do they reset? I'm just curious.
That is a cheeky steal here.
Yeah, look, they don't mind because they know that they're gonna try again, so they actually stopped attacking the Overlord. So once again, like BSC is showing off the prowess. They know their opponents. They have studied them for sure.
They are studying indeed for sure, and that is what we call discipline and study. You study the likes of the opponents and you are fruitfully rewarded. Right now, Vanguards are spawned on the map. We have to see here, can they break the high ground? As we mentioned, Nuwa is a pesky hero to deal with when you are approaching the high ground here, kid.
They need eyes on Xuan. I think that's the most important marker. So Xuan probably is going to be that turnaround condition, but right now he's been delegated to defend that bot lane against the likes of the Shadow Vanguards and Shadow Overlord. So BSC, this is a big opportunity for them.
Yep, Vanguards are marching in. Tier 3 over the top side is under fire as of this point. First flaming bomb goes through, tower goes through half, and tower goes down successfully.
The suppression coming in. Winner is here. They get the finishing blow onto him. Xuan comes on the backline, but there is not enough firepower and not enough health as they get the kill on the Zhihong. That's great, but CY is dead. Muji is dead. Xuan is down for the count as well. 40 painful seconds for the side of Nova Esports as the Shadow Overlord now makes its way into the base, and the last standing member, Waypit, has to cry at the fountain as the crystal is taken as BSE come back into the series 1-1.
1-1 indeed, kid, and that is BSE here. You can never count them out in the grand finals. They came back strong, calm, collected in the early game, and right now they are rewarded with such a good push.
Yeah, that was a good performance. They took control from the first few minutes of the game, never let go.
They never let go indeed. Even with that 4-man Razor Cavalry coming in from Xuan in the late game, it wasn't enough. They were so well fed, they were so calm and collected, and they were rewarded so well. They cleaned that fight up and they got the game 2 win to pull the score to a 1-1.
Yes, I think this one was a testament to the strength and resilience on the side of BSE. Very good plays. I mean, they really kept them under the wraps, right? Xuan, even look at the last fight. Even when Xuan got that beautiful Razor Cavalry, I think he caught 3 people with it, pushing them back to the base. But because of the goalie, the item differences, there's nothing they can do.
That is nothing he can do, and Musang King, this man was wrecking havoc in Hero Storage. Just look at his itemization here. Before the game ends, he was already full slotted, 402 with rocking that 11,820 gold.
Yeah, this guy was fed. I mean, if there's any guy you don't want at the buffet because you're going to lose money, it's Musang King, right? He has so much money. He ate almost every single kill available on the side of Nova Esports. But I think we give props to Dian. I think he has managed to get quite a lot of catches today with the help of Zhong as well.
These two, the tempo makers, just look at their goal. Yes, they may not have the most goal, but when it comes to the execution, when it comes to all these gameplay, they are there to set up their team for success.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the stats here. I'm pretty sure the tankiness coming in from BSE's lineup really showed through in the form of Musang King, right? 73,000 worth of hero damage taken by the side of Nova Esports. But this game, I felt like Wendy kind of fell short a little bit. He couldn't hit the markers because they couldn't provide him the room that he needed.
Exactly, and all these engages coming from South Nova Esports couldn't really make it count. It was always Blackstreet Esports snowballing in the early game, snowballing into the late game, getting their mid tower and securing all these jungle resources from the side of Nova's camps. And then it slowly snowballed to Musang King to being this undefeatable tank boss that they cannot deal with.
Yeah, I think they didn't have the optimized positioning because every time Dian was there to try and catch people, they didn't exactly have the best disruptions to stop that movement coming in.
Exactly, and just look at the goal graph, like you mentioned. The early game was just a smooth sailing part for Blackstreet Esports. Yes, there were no kills, 0-0 until the 6-minute mark, but still, Blackstreet Esports riding that goal wave with no mistakes at all, straight to a 10,000 goal lead just short of 14 minutes.
So they only took the fight with Nova Esports really late into the game, with the exception of that surprise first blood onto Xuan, right? That was BSE's start to the game, and I think they have found a formula, right? We don't fight until we have an absolutely overwhelming lead in items and gold. Then we win Nova Esports.
Yep, that is the calm and collected BSE we're talking about. You give them a goalie and they will bite onto it until the end of the game, and they were rewarded handsomely with this game-winning push.
Okay, so Pitbull style, right? You bite, you latch on, you don't let go, and then hopefully you win the series from there. So now we're tied 1 apiece. This is exactly what we kind of expected as we were talking about this off screen, right? BSC and Nova, this is probably going to be one of the tightest series we've ever seen in MKL.
Exactly, and it's also the first ever MKL title here, and Musang King with the MVP performance looks to take it into his pocket. Rocking a KDA of 402. Look at that stats, 38% damage with 40% damage taken. This is MVP worthy.
For sure, right? Musang King, also known as one of the top Allgreens in the region in MKL, if not the top, right? We have rarely seen his Allgreen fall to a competitor, and today is no different. It is going to be a big moment as Musang King brings the team to a 1-1 scoreline as a tie.
And just look at this early engage. Xuan got the Razor Cavalry, but look at the backline here. Xiang and Musang King was just tearing Nova Esports apart. You are the Guan Yu, but hey, you can't cleanse my suppression. That's the benefit of Liang here. And just look at Musang King. He is undefeatable. Look at how tanky it is.
And it's so difficult because when you're on the lineup of the side of Nova, right, you realize that you're not allowed the spacing you are comfortable with. Wendy wants to play from afar, Muchi wants to play from afar, but Musang King does not allow that. And the one situation where they do come up close to you, look, Musang King has the Death Precipice, that swipe, right? It allows him the lifesteal. He's benefiting off having so many people in his face.
Exactly, and look at that. Blood Rage, Death Precipice, the sustain coming in, he was on take. He couldn't be taken down at all, and that was the 402 and multi-digit gameplay coming in from Blackstreet Esports Musang King. What an MVP performance on this Allgren pick.
Yeah, BSC just did not allow Nova to get their win conditions up. In fact, they did not allow them to play the game. So, let's take a look at the next particular game in this best of 7. This time, BSE, they will continue to choose blue. I think they like that prior position. And if I were in their shoes, yes, I would definitely want to pick blue as well. It gives you so many options for that very strong first pick.
And after 2 games, we have proven 1 point. Blue side is the optimal side for these upcoming games here. So far, blue side has a 100% win rate, and we have to see, can Nova Esports break this statistics that we are looking at?
Maybe Nova can try getting a little bit more jungle camp domination, right? So stop allowing BSC to really just waltz in. I mean, they haven't been really allowing it, but they haven't been able to combat it because they're stuck clearing waves, they're stuck clearing their own camps, you know, stuff like that.
Now, this is thanks to the draft, right? Their side lanes were so strong, Charlotte counters the Guan Yu in lane. And the bottom side, DN and the JR were playing the lane so well, they were up 500 gold without any assistance from the team. And that translated in priority, translated in them being able to assist Musang King in these jungle neutral camps. So that is where the goalies started slowly building up to 1,000, 2,000. Them taking fights, winning fights, and then exploded to a 10k at the end of the game.
Yep, I remember we were kind of like surprised because there was actually not a lot of fighting going on, and there was still a 1,000 goalie going into the hands of BSE. It was like, what? And we realized, yeah, it was just a sting of camps, right? So Nova, I think they need to disallow that if they want to come back into the lead of this series. But BSE, if you're a fan of BSE, you wanted to do that, keep doing that. That's exactly your win condition.
Well, that is exactly that win condition, especially so far, as we mentioned, blue side does have the favorable pick. We have to imagine, in the end, they are still having to waste some of these picks, right? Yes, you pick up the Allgren, you have to definite a win because that's your go-to pick. You pick up the Arlie for the side of Muchi, you have to get a win here. So they are just trading blows until they diminish their hero pool. When Game 4, Game 5 starts, that's when the key difference makes. We'll see who actually has more hero pools and more proficiency on more heroes.
Yes, and I think for this particular series, we have not seen the Zhang Fei yet, right? From either team. Now, that is going to be a big difference maker, I feel. So, BP, let's see. The 3rd game of the series, best of 7. We are nowhere near the halfway mark. Let's see how both teams do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 3's draft between Blackstreet Esports and Nova Esports. And right off the bat, Long from the side of BSE has been banned and Arlie has been locked off. Both marksmen that they have expended in Game 1 and Game 2 here. Liang as well for Blackstreet Esports. And to answer, Musang King with the Luna first lock.
That's why you ban out the Liang, right? And we talked about it. Will teams ever allow the Luna into the Gorge? Yes, you are, if you are blue side, right? And the fact is that Nova, they can't take the risk of giving the Arlie over the JR still. So now this is a big outplay just in the BP.
Yeah, big outplay in terms of DP here, but that's still too early to say, as we have to see what Nova Esports has in store for us. It's gonna be Dharma Zhangfei double engage combo here. Are they gonna whip out the Dharma Zhangfei March Journey combo here?
I don't know. There's bear in mind, there's still the Yixing available.
There is still the Yixing available here. We have to see how Blackstreet Esports formulate their draft around this Luna. Yes, you have the Luna, you have the New Moon to dash around, but you still have to unlock the level 4 here. So they pick the DRNJ and Dasha to stabilize the early game that they need to defend this Luna.
Okay, it's a nice strategy, very disruptive as well. Nova Esports. Oh, they bring out the Wukong!
Okay, so Nova Esports CY pulling off the game-winning Wukong that he did back in HOKS3 here in Game 3 between BSE and Nova Esports here. Nobody would have thought that at such an early instance, he would pick the Wukong.
Okay, I love this pick. Okay, I have not seen too many Wukongs. Like you said, it's not a very common pick. But Wukong, ooh, this one does work against Luna, gets the huge burst as well. And one of the strong things is he's able to kind of invade in the early starts of the jungle, right? If with enough support from Nova, they could definitely make life a little bit difficult for Blackstreet Esports.
Exactly, especially for those who don't know, Wukong can execute camps. If he were to solo invade with the Zhangfei, he can definitely take out these camps in a very quick fashion, especially if you can slow down Musang King on this Luna, making sure that he pay for picking such an early game weak pick. That's gonna be where they're gonna be actually benefiting from.
Okay, let's see how this is. Nova, they ban out the Byron as well as the Liu Bang. This is a very important marker because these two heroes, not only are they able to dash, they are also able to get very decent stuns and burst damage available with their kit. So this might be a very, very squishy farm lane.
Indeed it is, but yet again, if it's a squishy farm, then you have none other than Zhangfei on Waypay to secure you a decent team fighting here. We have to figure what is the call here. Is it going to be a marksman counter pick here, or is it a mid lane blind pick here? However, I do think the priority should be given to Wendy here for a counter pick.
Okay, they do get the Lady Sun. I think that's a good pick against DRNG as well as Dachao. The late game burst potential with the frag grenade and the rolling raid definitely going to be very useful. But BSE, they need a little bit more tankiness here.
They do need a bit more tankiness here, maybe towards the clash lane, or maybe this Dachao is actually going to the middle lane here as a mage here. So Lady Sun being locked in though removes the idea of Dachao being a mage. So right now, your last pick here, it's going to be the clash lane here. So what is it going to be for your clash lane? It's going to be the Sun Ce. You can engage, you can look for these big opportunities. That what Blackstreet Esports really need.
Yeah, they're looking for the earlier rotations and hopefully be able to match up the wave clearing speed against Xuan in that clash lane, right? So now we're left with that final pick. It has to be a mid laner. Bear in mind, there is still the availability of the Yixing. I don't think this really works here, but we'll see.
Will we be seeing a Wendy Calming right off the bat? Because historically speaking, Calming does do pretty well against the Luna because of the high burst. If the Luna does come close, he can utilize the spell and execute it with the winning strategy here. Will they pick the Calming here, or are we gonna look at more of these utility mages to fund the Wukong?
You can also look at the... Oh, okay. I was gonna say Ziya maybe put the level cap break, but they go with Shi. They want a little bit more control, and hopefully this is either gonna catch Luna or the Sun Ce as they dive into the backlines of Nova Esports.
I do agree so as well, especially if you use the Eye of the Whirlpool, you use all these like Sea of Fate, you can use the Shi to pull them away from those moments, right? So this is also the first Shi I've seen so far from Wendy. So
yeah, I actually haven't seen it before.
So definitely him picking up a very important pick coming to Game 7. We have an assassin matchup in the jungle here, kid. Wukong versus Luna in Game 3 of the series.
Yeah, okay, this one I think really is going to be decided, right? If CY has a great game, BSE, you cannot play. BSE, if Musang King has a great game, and then Nova, I think is bye-bye. Game number 3 should go into their hands. But these are all theories, you know, there are opinions and then there are facts. And the fact of the matter is, here we go, it is game number 3.
Game number 3 between Nova Esports and Blackstreet Esports. Who will go 2-1 and who will lose one more mark? Let's get it going with Luna versus Wukong!
Okay, so first rotations. Nova definitely want to make that 3-man rotation coming in, provide as much farm for Muchi. At the same time, Muchi does have a little bit more mobility, so he should be able to return into the farming pretty quickly. But Xuan forced to use the flash here, going up in a 2v1 against Xiang and Zhihong. But Xuan is winning, and so he makes it out, gets the attempt onto the sprite first.
If he did not flash the knockup coming in from Zhihong here, that will be detrimental. And right now, Wei Pitch is dealing with the cap thanks to the smite that he is brought up with from the Zhang Fei here. So Xuan here, playing very well even though in a sticky situation here thanks to his all reflex.
Okay, so getting those extra pokes in is going to be very vital, right? And with that Sea of Fate, okay, they are going to try and push them away. But JR, I think it's okay. As long as he doesn't get too much poke damage from Muchi, he's fine.
As long as you have the Sea of Fate, like you mentioned, he can always go back for a quick recall. And then hold on though, Zhihong gets pulled towards CY!
Oh, flash. Zhihong does make it out. So they force the flash out of Zhihong here in the mid lane, which means this is going to be a very dangerous 120 seconds of his life.
Exactly. Anytime again he gets hit by the Silk Imprint for the side of Nova Wendy, he's going to be bonked real hard by the Wukong.
Actually, if you take a look at it, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, roughly around there, right? So until then, he's at risk.
Yep, he is at risk, and right now JR takes a big chunk of damage from Muchi's grenades here. You gotta be careful. He loses out 1 minion for the process here, so something to no doubt about.
Okay, I like the positioning of Zhihong. He's trying to get information for the team, right? Because they don't see them yet, but now I think he does have eyes onto Wei Pit. So he's going in, trying to get the steal, but the catch! Zhihong, he has no flash, that's great! But the save coming in from Dian, making sure that they don't over-engage. There is a boundary, you do not cross this on the side of BSE.
And right now, Nova just utilizing the wave advantage and the man advantage. They have to really chunk out JR on this pick. Mind you, this JR pick on the DRJ has to get advantage, but he's losing out so much gold in the early game.
Yeah, 400. Okay, it's not the biggest, but lane to lane, 400 gold is a lot.
Exactly, lane to lane 400 gold is a lot, and right now CY smites away the mid lane River Sprite and gets the priority towards the mid lane here. So for both junglers here, it's a 50-50, but for the pressure over to BSE, they're suffering a lot towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, look, Wendy as a Shi is also pretty squishy, right? So there is a potential of BSE actually going in for the kill, but I haven't seen that aggression coming in just yet.
Yep, and JR here just casually sharing some camps with Musang King, trying to get back some of the gold that he lost so far in towards the mid game. So right now, 3 minutes 15 seconds here. A repeat of what has happened. Just CY here getting solo gold from Wendy here before setting up for that 40-second Tyrant.
Okay, but this movement by Nova Esports is exactly what BSE was doing in game number 2. And right now, looks like JR, he may be forced to flash. This is not a time, like not dying is one thing. Actually using your common spells now is going to be quite difficult. It does cause disaster for you.
Oh, 3-man here camping for Xuan. Xuan might be caught out here.
Yep, they finally get the catch. Do they want to use the outie? Xuan, he turns it around with the Truth Mantra as well. Uses the flash, but will have to give his life. It was looking good, but Black True Esport, there's no way you deny them this first blood.
You don't deny them, and they secure the first blood here. Sacrificing the waves, but prioritizing their position onto the captain of Nova Esports. Right now, although Nova Esports constellation prize onto the Tyrant, but still, Musang King yet to be bothered by his Luna's farm tempo.
Yeah, they needed something else more on the side of Nova Esports. So to me, this is still a big win in the side of BSE books because they take the T1 on the top along with a kill. And Bridal Outburst trying to push JR away, but the Sea of Fate is here to save the day. He should be able to return the base safely. And for now, Musang King, they find him. It is CY who takes a fall, and this is a free reward. The Crimson buff now going into the hands of Musang King.
Xiang with the set seal off screen catches CY off guard without vision from the bush here. So Xiang securing the kill onto Xuan, converting it into a jungle advantage for his jungle here. So Xiang, this player, he's finding so much success right now in this game 3.
Yeah, this is also information, right? So the moment Nova Esports showed 3 different players on the bot lane, number 1, they didn't get a kill, they didn't get a turret. This also gave information for BSE. It's like, hey, there's 3 people there. The only person who can turn this against us is the Dharma, but he does not have flash.
He does not have flash and he's busy clearing away his heads.
Yeah.
Jungler goes down, and right now though we see a 4-man strong coming from Nova Esports towards the mid lane here, wanting to catch Musang King off guard.
Okay, so CY looking to clear the lane, and they've committed 3 different members. I think they've given vision of the 3 members over to BSE. So now BSE, they make a very clever choice and a very calm choice not to over-aggress on the T1 on the bot.
Indeed, and right now, just from that get-go, BSE is rocking at 1000 gold lead. And ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned from time to time, many times, once you give BSE a lead, they will bite on it strong. Will it happen in this game here, kid?
I don't know. I mean, 1,000? Is it the biggest? No, but have we seen them hold on to this 1,000 for a long time? Also, yes.
Also, yes. And right now, Musang King is being funneled so much gold. Still yet to see any mistakes from his new moon. Still connecting the crowd control. And wait, Xiang gets engaged on!
Yup, he gets caught out, but they're committing so much. Can they actually get the kill? They get the kill, but they have to trade off 2 lives. It is not going to be good for them. CY gets taken down as well. So what if you get the Xiang? You have lost your jungler. Nova, they just cannot keep up.
They just cannot keep up, and they took so long to kill Xiang because of his passive. So much physical defense here, stalling the likes of CY and Strand's damage output. This is immaculate play coming in from Blackstreet Esports. Immediate out of the whirlpool to call in everybody for the cavalry.
Yeah, look, both of these teams, they have been champion before, and BSE, I think, misses that feeling just a tad bit more than Nova Esports.
Yeah, Nova Esports, you got your chance in HOKS3. BSE here looking fierce in Game 3 of the series here. But you still can't count them out. It's still a 2,000 goal lead only for BSE here. We have to see how Nova Esports play with this drop.
It's so crazy, right? Because every time we say, oh, it's just only this amount, but then it's BSE, and they seem to turn any amount into like a monstrous kind of advantage, right? 1k, yeah, but we win all the team fights. Exactly. Now BSE, this is a good moment. They break 2 T1s and 1 tier 2 on the top side. So Nova, this wound is getting a little deeper.
It is getting a little bit deeper, and once we see the timer goes down for the side of Crimson, they are once again going to march towards it real quick. Whitebit here, bit of information here for his team here, while Muchi here, dangerously low mana on his Lady Sun.
Yeah, Nova Esports right now forced to go into a maths lesson, times 3, that's what I'm talking about, times 3,000 gold ahead for BSE as they look to pick another fight going in, trying to look for a catch. Will not be able to get it, but they do get the Crimson buff. Unbridled Outburst is going to be placed down. The summoning the Sea of Fate is going to be used for now, along with the Eye of the Whirlpool, but on the backlines, they're all falling like flies. A lot of damage being laid down. CY looking for an opening, but he's one Lone Ranger against the 5 members on the side of BSE. They can't get the kills. Everyone walks away unscathed, in a way, right? Nobody dies.
Wow, that was a 4-man Unbridled Outburst coming in from Whitebit here, and everyone came out unscattered for both teams here. That was kind of insane. Musang King was just doing a casual 1v3 here behind the backline of Nova Esports. Same to CY. He was toying with the players of BSE, but hold on though, CY!
Yeah, he's going for it. Can he get the kill? He gets a shutdown onto Musang King. That is a big marker of success. Nova, they need to capitalize on this, and this is going to be that first tyrant of the match for them. Second tyrant of the game. They also should be able to secure the T1. Nova Esports, they may have fallen earlier in the game, but right now there is a lifeline provided.
Assassin Jungle versus Assassin Jungle, and the great save from CY bonks the existence out of Musang King on display here, and right now the goal lead is back to a 50-50.
Yep, it's the one time that BSE did not check the brush. Literally once, and Nova punished them.
That is the key essence of a pro game. You can't be making mistakes here. It is all about minimizing mistakes here, and that mistake from Musang King cost them a hefty in this game.
Yeah, bear in mind, that was a shutdown, so there's extra gold involved in that. So Nova Esports, they cut the goal lead down, I mean, it's down to less than 1,000 from a 3,000 goal lead. That's a big swing in favor of Nova.
And finally, Muchi gets to secure his Crimson from that miss-up, and right now, 10 seconds on the clock on the first Tyrant Empowered version, the Shadow variant of Game 3 here. This is gonna be definitely a game-breaking moment for both these two teams.
Yep, they push out Wave Pit from that brush. Information now is lacking on the side. They get the lockdown, they get the beast tamed, taken out of the cage here. Wave Pit going to be put 6 feet under. There is a little bit more information necessary for Nova. They do see the Tyrant being taken, but what can they do? This is the Shadow variants. They get the reset in, but the T1 in the mid is getting worked on. CY, does he really want to try and go for this? The jump in by Xuan, but he gets caught out instantly. He's going to be the first one to give his life after Wave Pit, and CY takes a fall as well as BSE take control for now.
Beautiful set sail coming in from Xiang. The moment CY and Shen went for the play, the ball was in their face and disengaged Zihong perfectly, securing themselves 2 kills. And right now, they're looking at the Tyrant.
Yeah, so the aggression by Nova Esports matched by BSE. I like the fact that Zihong really, the timing of his ultimate was really clean there. Actually stopped them. Wave Pit does have the smite. Does he really want to try and go for this? He is 1v3. Unbridled Outburst jumps in. The reset comes in. It's not enough damage. They're trying to rush this. 20,000, less than a quarter health left, and nobody's here to contest. So BSE, they walk out with the win for this one.
That was so beautiful coming in from BSE. Slow, methodical, knowing for the fact that, hey, wait a minute, you want to come for this? We bait the Unbridled Outburst, we reset the aggro, and you pay for such a key ultimate for the next minute.
Yeah, I mean, that was a risk that they all took because the ultimates were down at that point, right? So it was something that I think Nova Esports not as comfortable with compared to BSE. Now they once again find eyes onto Xuan, who is forced to use his dash to get out. They do get a little bit of damage onto Wendy, but the pressure, the real pressure here is that the fact that the Crimson Golem should be available for the taking, and there is a wave that is crashing in.
There is a wave crashing in, and right now, BSE back on the lead, secure the Shadow variant of the Tyrant here. And right now, they are looking for a potential team fight here. Wave Pit, face check the bush.
Yep, getting caught out for now, but he is a beast, so he doesn't really need to care about too much damage for now. They didn't actually put all that lockdown. Sea of Fate going to be available for the team if they want to get the lift home, will not be necessary as Nova, they start to work on this Shadow Overlord.
Ooh, Nova being the first ones to start on this Shadow Overlord here. Keep in mind, there's not a lot of vision. Xiang gets pulled.
Yeah, it's going to be a big moment. Xiang does get taken out by CY, but CY, he's very low, jumps out, but Musang King comes in, changes the entire script. Double kill, a third one maybe for him. It's a quadra kill for the side of BSE. Credits to Musang King on this Luna.
Xiang, once again, he was the one who got pulled. And once again, the set sail, the flash engage with the frigid charge to catch Muchi immediately. Yes, Musang King played so well, but still, Xiang with the counter engage was so crucial.
Yep, and this is game. Guaranteed game. Muchi will not make it out in time. 2 seconds more. He cannot last 1v4. And this game goes into the hands of BSE.
Just like the repeat of Series 1 between AG and BSE, they come back once again after dropping the first game right now. 2-1 on the scoreline here for BSE. Nova, you gotta come back into this series with an answer.
Yeah, the fans, they're feeling this one. And Nova, I don't know what's happening, man. They're kind of dropping in terms of pacing.
Well, I wouldn't call it pacing, but still. Blue side domination here coming into this series. All 3 games on the blue side has been proven victorious here, Kin. So is it a blue side thing, or is it just BSE proving that they are back after game 1?
I think for now, let's just go with BSE coming back into the game. I don't think it's a blue side thing for now. But nonetheless, a very good performance by BSE. This is Musang King playing his best, right? Bringing out his best. But I like the fact that you kept your eyes on Xiang because he really was a game changer.
The set sails, multiple set sails coming in from Xiang was so crucial here, Kid. My eyes were on him because he did such a good job, even though he took one of the least goals in the team.
Yeah, look, only close to 8,000, which in retrospect isn't that low because in comparison the other members on the side of Nova Esports, with the exception of maybe Wave Pit, yeah, everyone's goal is around that marker, right? Now, the big thing here, Musang King, 11,500 gold, already has the lifesteal, already has the damage and the armor pierce. That's the most important, going up against the likes of Nova Esports.
Man, this man once again, once the game ends, we know for a fact Musang King is back online with the full build. Last game it was Ogren, this game it was Luna, and right now, he is doing it once again in this game 3.
Okay, so there's another player I want to highlight. I think we talked about him a little bit in the game, but not enough. Zhihong here on this Lady Zhen, I think he was very pivotal in the fights. The way that he laid down his Destructive Deluge, right, the Lady Zhen ultimate, the placements were pretty clean because it hurts the Wukong quite a lot.
Indeed. Yes, you can block spells with Wukong, but you cannot block the continuous slow coming in for the Destructive Deluge. Good point out there, Kin, and right now, bam, BSE, what a game 2 and a game 3 here coming to the series.
Yeah, 2-1. They have a decent lead. It's not the biggest yet. Right now, all they have to do is to win one more series, and they will be at series point in this best of 7. But let's take a look at damage dealt. Musang King, obviously number 1 on this point stat table here. 65,000 hero damage dealt to the side of Nova Esports.
That was insane. This man single-handedly, aside from that one mistake against CY, he was always with the New Moon dancing at the back line of Nova Esports, securing all the kills into his pocket.
And you can kind of figure out why Nova Esports didn't really have the best time, right? Because CY requires a lead. Not only that, but he also requires him to jump in as a ninja stealth kind of surprise attack. That moment never really showed up too many times in this game.
Yep, I do have to agree. And look at this goal graph here real quick, Pin. It was a smooth and steady race, and then BSE, once the Luna clocks in, kill after kill, play after play, dominating the side lane buffs. The last fight was detrimental, especially when Xiang got in with the counter engage on the set sail with the Frigid Charge, and they really landed that sudden game-ending win.
Okay, so for the Nova Esports fan, I think definitely this is something that can actually leave you hopeful, because this goal graph, while there was a consistent climb for the side of BSE, you do notice that Nova did have moments when they come back into the game, and MVP nonetheless, it is going to be him, very clear. Musang King, 8-1-4, this guy, pretty sick.
He is unstoppable. Since that Jing game against BSE, against AG, he has been rocking it until this series. With the Luna, with the Augra, look at the damage percentage and damage taken. Every amount of gold he gets, he converts it to actual value.
Yeah, this is the best exchange rate you want, right? But 35% of the team's hero damage was dealt by this guy, and it's hard to see why. That is not the case, because look, he was just all over the place. Anywhere we turned our eyes to, it was just Musang King.
And let's turn our eyes real quick here, Kin, to the game highlights that the OB has prepared for us. And look at it, this was the first play, right? They give up the Tyrant position, they get the first blood on the unsuspecting Shred, and right now this one, from that play, converting into this big lead here. And this is the passage that we're talking about. Yes, Xiang gets caught out, gets all in here, but thanks to the Sun Ce passive, the armor increase, it took so much spell, so much crowd control to actually take him down.
Yeah, and it's so disruptive, right? Zhihong jumping in. I mean, Xiang, the amount of damage and time it takes to kill, it really costed the side of Nova quite a bit. And the fact that they couldn't get the kill onto Zhihong, that was a big turning point in the big fights as well.
And look at this. Flash, Frigid Charge, immediate follow-up engage before he fell to the hands of Nova, securing all the damage, dishing out all the spells before he fell. And right now, Musang King, with the quadra kill, kills the game.
Yeah, this one, very impressive performance from the side of BSE. I'm just curious to see, now that Sun Ce is gone, what other heroes does Xiang want to play? We know he's a very proficient class laner, and he has been making good results. Yes, he doesn't get the MVP title, but he is definitely one of the cornerstones of BSE.
Oh, we will have to really figure out how these teams will have to formulate their draft, because as we go deeper into the games, into the GBP, more of these picks are being forked out from the pool, especially the Clash names, because all these Clash name picks haven't been the priority in terms of the ban. Yes, the Ali and Long has been banned on multiple times. That's still options for these farm lanes, but still, if we go all the way to Game 5, Game 6, the pool is going to diminish more and more and more.
Yep, I think at this point, you don't, if you're on Nova, you still don't give JR the early. Hell no, I'm not giving you the early, right? But then it comes to a point where you open picks like the Jing and Luna now for the side of Musang King, and then you start to question yourself, is that really something that I should allow, or should I just allow the JR early? But of course, these are all questions we will have answered later on as we head to a short break. When we're back, we will see the final result.
Come on, let's go.
Rush me now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
We're really in this way I go. 自由我穿梭，会发生的无需闪躲。Young blood we born to be free。驯服了焦虑，时间流就当作心理切换为主场游戏。如果我跃入深渊，恐惧就没了善解，看猫咪伸手拨动了地气微动。Vibrate my super strength。Roll the dice, 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 dice。不随意的存在。Night, night, 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 night。Anything's possible. So we just roll the dice, 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 dice. 不随意的存在 ，night, night, 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 night. Give it life and I'm in roll the dice, 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 dice. 我存在，在 infinite world. Anything goes, anything's possible.
那副铠甲是怎么回事？
凯因已经变成恶魔了，快杀了他！杀了他！妖若未成凡人。
Partings claims victory. A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. A blur of truth and fantasy. Illusions unravel the truth. Memories fade like smoke. We live and die like fleeting shadows. If love's promises still endure, why does the world offer only sorrow and parting? My flute's name is Tears of Parting, and its every note tells of sorrow. I laugh at the decay of righteousness and ascend the 12 houses of Jade Summit. I've seen every human emotion, but I've never seen a promise kept. Parting tunes sound till dawn, making the night even colder. Betrayed love and broken oaths. What defines the martial world? Companionship without betrayal, and yearning without farewells. The unfaithful must be executed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sagi. Alongside with me is Kin. Alright, Kin. That was yet another clean game, clean gameplay coming in from none other than BSE and Musang King himself.
Yep, another one bites the dust. So that's two games down for the side of BSE, right? They just need two more, and they take the entire season. They take the entire Pro League by storm, and this would be the first ever Pro League in Malaysia. What a way to do it in a 4-1 fashion if they really do, and what a time to do it as they qualify for EWC at the same time.
But still, Kin, you cannot count out Nova Esports. There's so many occasions that Nova Esports has been back against the wall by the likes of Notion, by the likes of Vitality, and they still managed to come back in the best of 7 series.
Okay, so let's take a look at what has gone down in the first 3 games in this series. 2 wins, of course, to the side of Black True Esport, and then we have Nova that has just the singular win right now. We have seen teams come back from this position and put themselves in a 4-1. And I think that's the result that both teams are hoping to achieve. 4-1 for Black True Esports, 4-2 for Nova Esports.
Exactly, and you look at these kind of situations, right? If you look at the poll real quick, Long and Arlie will be the frequent visitors of the ban slots for either Nova Esports or Black True Esports, because they do not want this game-winning picks, these really strong meta marksmen, to fall on the hands of the likes of Muchi or JR. So these are definitely going to be frequent visitors of the bans. But right now, let's take a bit of a focus onto Musang King's pool. Argudo, Ograt, and Luna. This man is unstoppable right now.
Okay, but if you take a look at the picks that they have, there is the opening for BSE to pick up the Pei Byron, still available. There is also the Jing combination available. Likewise, on the side of Nova, they can come up with the, let's see, Ogren and Mai. It's a sick combination, or you can do the Mai and Fade combination as well. These are all open picks for the side of Nova Esports. Many things to consider, and like there's still a lot of options to explore. I'm curious as to how they're gonna put this wins in the bag on both sides.
I have to agree. Looking at the side selection, once again, BSE falls always to the blue side right now, as this is their third consecutive blue side towards the Heroes Gorge here in the pick and ban. So definitely, as you mentioned, multiple levels of picks here come in. There is still the Maestro yet to be picked up by both teams here. And once again, for the side of Nova Esports, you still have the Luna, you still have the Ogren here that our Mr. MVP Musang King has found a lot of success with. Can CY repeat the success? I don't know. Is it still available? Yes. But can we find it out? Let's find out real soon in the draft real quick.
Yeah, it's truly like a butterfly effect, a ripple effect, right? One decision, it changes their entire timeline here. And BSC, they start off with the Liang and the Lung band. So are we going to get the Jing? Are we gonna get the Pei Byron? Okay, no Pei. Nova has banned that out.
No Pei, no Arlie, no Long. And right now, Dia is the first lock for BSE DN in the Roamer role. Nova Esports, you still have the Luna, you still have the Maestro Nui. Where is the Wendy hyper carry playstyle that we've seen before? Is it time to bring it out?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's still channel available for the side of BSE, right? If I remember right. No, did they use channel in the previous game?
I think
Nova.
Not yet. It is still available up for grabs for BSE, but yet again, that is what we're talking about. Nova Esports, when their backs are against the wall, it is go time, show time for Wendy once again on his signature Mai Shiranui.
Okay, so Wendy, known as one of the better, if not the best Mai players out there in the MKL. Let's see what damage he can do to the side of BSE. Now, next two picks will be for Blackshrew Esport. It is going to be the Byron and Chano.
Very strong side lanes here in terms of laning coming in from Blackshrew Esports. They are gonna have a heck of a good time in the first 4 minima, especially the laning prowess that we are seeing right here. Nova Esports, what is your game plan here for Clash lane? Many times that we see strength play so far, the Guan Yu, the pick so far has not been proven worthy. But Agudo gets locked in here with DRNG. That's a lot of hyper aggression towards the towers in the early to mid phase.
I think this might be a split push strategy, or it just turret take strategy, right? Put a very strong front in terms of offense, and you push Blackshrew Esport behind their own turrets. You kind of force your way into the T1s.
Exactly, very well said here. Tower pushing and a lot of early game tempo here. And we move on towards the second phase ban here. Monkey gets taken out of the equation for BSE Musang King's hero pool. For side BSE, they might want to double down and target ban the Clash name pool coming in from Strand's hero pool.
Oh, I like the ban on the Mayin. I think it really hurts the lineup of Nova Esports. Having a very good backline access is going to be very key to Nova Esports' success in this game number 4. And the ban on the Mankey and Jing, oh, come on.
Well, it is a reasonable ban. The man has had such an amazing game 2 and game 3. You gotta give him prop and gotta ban it away from him, because if he goes on a rampage in game number 3 and game number 4, you can't be possibly stopping him when it comes to match point.
Yeah, I mean, look, yes, the Direnjie, he has the legal immunity, that second skill, that use the anti-CC get out jail free card, but against a Jing with so much burst, it's definitely something you don't want to contest against. So Nova Esports, nonetheless, yes, I may not like that ban, but it's only because it's so good for the side of BSE.
Well, Mozi, 1 cannon blast, 1 kill here, so definitely they are really picking the correct bans to limit Waypit's pool here. Mind you, lesser and lesser roamer picks are up for grabs, and Sakir. As we see, Sakir and Agudo, the combo that BSE pulled off in game 1 has been locked in for Nova Esports. Can they make it a win compared to their opponents? We have to find out.
Yep, healer for healer, right? And one of the things that really works very well in the Nova Esports lineup is that in level 1, Mai and Sakir, both of them have very strong advantages, right? So Mai is able to deal quite a bit of damage, and Sakir, that first Mulberry Power Slam, once those sprites hit you, more or less, depending on your hero, you are probably down to half health.
Exactly, those Fireflies are nothing to be joked about, and nothing to joke about is another Musashi and Halo being locked in for BSE here. Okay, You gotta think about one thing. BSE's draft is so strong in the mid to late games here, and they have Byron and Musashi to hold the gates. And if you're Nova Esports, DRNG and Maestro are nowhere near the late game or mid game contesters here. If they don't end this fast, it's gonna be some problem that they're gonna be facing.
If they allow BSE to do what they did, which is to have a total jungle dominance or resource dominance, then yes, it is probably the case, because you cannot imagine that Musan King as a Musashi does not have an advantage in team fights. He does have the illuminating slash, that first skill. It does cancel out the spikes as well. So Nova Esports, this is more like a damage limitation. They pick up the Liu Bang. So Battlefield Command, that initial save is going to be very important, but hopefully the dash and the dominator skill, that shield burst, is going to be enough to turn the fights for Nova Esports.
We have seen this before back in the ENG versus Nova series. Maestro with Liu Bang, Wendy's gonna be the message sender, the person to allow this Liu Bang to dive the backline with him. So this is the key play. Dive and make tempo for Nova Esports before BSE grows into this late game in dominating force.
Yeah, they need to do it quick. And I mean, quick game is probably in the notebook and in the history of Nova Esports for this particular roster as well. They do have an early game advantage if they play their cards right. But my concern is, look, BSE, they are actually a pretty sustainable draft because of the Hano and the Byron. And with these heals coming out from the idea, I think Bien is going to be very valuable this match.
I agree, and right now, without further ado, let's introduce everybody to Game 4 between Blackshrew Esports versus Nova Esports. One more match pushes BSE towards match point. Can Nova Esports pull this to a 2-all is the question.
Let's see. So Zhihong, very good at those pokes, right? So every time he lands those Scepters of Fate, it increases the chance of a win in team fights for the side of BSE. So his Scepters of Fate are going to be very vital.
Very vital, and we have to see Wendy, can he make his signature Maestro pick with his early tempos here. If he can make it work, he can definitely make a heck of an early game coming in for Nova Esports to be smooth sailing towards the mid game.
You can start to see it's a little bit of a struggle on the side of Nova here, because they have to tank so many hits from the Wolves. But for now, even though they have to tank so much damage, they're able to secure the positioning to get that Firebeak at the bottom.
Well, Firebeak secure, and that is some form of early game advantage. And right now, Musang King here, riding that early advantage and helping his jungle, his mid lane clear out the jungle. And right now, his mid lane as well, helping, doing back the favor, making sure that Musang King comes out the jungle even faster.
Okay, so they do secure a little bit of the neutral resources right now. CY doing well to make sure he has the lead. And the heals do come in from the side of Wave Pit. And as it stands now, both teams actually just swinging back and forth in terms of like the gold advantage.
Indeed, it's still too early to say who has the advantage, as both teams are playing towards a very neutral standpoint. Right now, we see a 3v3 strong coming to the mid lane. Will there be any form of engage?
I don't think so. This is the time for both teams where they need to make sure they get the farm. The only person that I think would be happy to take more of a poking session is Zhihong, because the value of him as a Hano is really showcased with the number of Scepter of Fates he's able to land. The more he hits, the more painful he gets.
I agree. And when he's low, he can always swap to the melee form and tag you with the Scepter of Fate to get back the HP healing here. So it's not easy to take down Zhihong, especially when he unlocks that Phase Rewind, and level 4, he has the Purify, he has the Phase Rewind. It's very hard to take him down.
Yes, it is. And also, there is a save component where if he is in position during the fights where the T1s are taken down, or T2s, or just turrets in general, he's actually able to use his Fate Rewind to save that tower from being destroyed. You know, put in the state that was there in the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. And especially against team comp like Nova Esports that wants to play it fast, every time he does that, it's always stalling Nova's tempo to really break through the early to mid game here. So this Hano pick coming in from the coaching staff from BSE is probably going to be a key difference maker here. However, mid lane 2v2 from the mid jungle and the mid roam coming in from BSE Nova.
Okay, so the gold, once again, swinging this time back towards the hands of Nova Esports. They finally get that aggression on the T1 turret. But immediately you see Zhihong, he rushes down. He's ready with his ultimate. It's available for the save if it's necessary.
Yep, and right now they are really slowing down their pushing capability coming in from CY and Muchi. Right now though, Strand here getting a bit of a pressure here coming in from Xiang here. He has not had the best of the game so far, but Xiang, he is looking to really cement his opportunity. But hold on a minute.
Yep, first blood going on to Musan King. Somehow gets knocked up by Wendy and finished off by CY as well. This is exactly what Nova needs at this point. It's 500,000 gold of lead, but the jungle now available for Nova to take a peek.
Well, the MVP player of Game 2 and Game 3 here being called out uncharacteristically, but still, it's okay. It's still early here, but still, all these top tier teams, if you give them an inch, if you get a bit of a goal, they can really scale towards this first objective, which is the Tyrant that's going to be spawning real soon.
Yep, now it's a 1,000 gold lead. They're going to start securing that. A Crimson Golem for the side of Nova Esports. CY, he should be able to make it down. And Wendy, his job here is to hold this Tyrant and if necessary, send it for a reset so that CY does have time to come here and get it for himself.
Exactly, allowing the jungle to really collect these buffs first, making sure that if they make a cross-map play, they can always secure it with easier. And Zhong here, trying with the steal, but doesn't hit it with Scepter of Bacon and Shen. Notices the fact that there's no contention coming from Blackstreet Esports, they play it safe. He plays it safe.
Yeah, but no one is defending the jungle of Musan King. And that could really cost them because you need the level advantage, you need the goal advantage, items advantage as Musan King. Musashi needs these. If he doesn't have it, it's going to be hard. With the knock-up Waypit, he gets caught out, does manage to ride the wind, go into the bushes, but the team is backing him up. Can we get the frame rewind? It's not enough. Zhihong falls, and right now it's 2 kills to the side of Nova Esports as they look a little bit more dominant than expected in the eyes of BSE.
Right now, they ride the winds alongside with Sakir, baiting out all these crucial spells. Zhihong finding himself in a very bad position immediately. All the combos come here and one more time.
Another knockup and Muji, he finishes the job. One more kill as Shren gets JR as well. Everything falling, crumbling for the side of Musan King as he's the third one to fall. And Nova, they come back with a vengeance.
We were talking about if Nova Esports could make a comeback into the Game 4. And there you have it, kid. What a dominating first 5 minutes coming in from the side of Nova Esports to bring it back.
Yeah, clench your jaws, clench your fists because Nova are punching back. Right now, it's a 5-1 kill score, but more importantly, a 3,000 goal lead with CY having a 1k goal lead over Musan King.
And just at about 5 minutes, they have already taken down the most crucial tower in the game, which is the mid-tier 1. Once this goes down, the second rotation coming in for all the buffs will be so vulnerable coming aside from Musan King's jungle. Right now is the prime time for Nova Esports to attack. And what's the attack? The tier 2 into the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, if they can secure any more T2s, it's actually quite detrimental to BSC because we're not even at the 10-minute mark, which means the Shadow variants should be calmly in the hands of Nova Esports as the game goes on.
Exactly, and right now they're prioritizing the position over to the Crimson Golem of BSE. After this, they will rotate again towards the top side, towards the tower, the Azure Golem, rinse and repeat until they start to slowly choke away any hopes of BSE from winning.
Yeah, D2 in the mid, the next target point, and with this drop, like you said, this is a turret pushing strat. There is very little that BSE can do, especially with a deficit in gold. Another knockup, I don't think they get the kill here. They just want to force him to use his ultimate, so the save does not come through. But Muchi already working hard on the T2 on the top, and now Zhihong lost. What do you do? How many cows can you save at the same time? None.
None indeed. The first phase rewind to reverse the tower has not been shown onto the Game of Heroes Gorge yet. That is 3 towers now, and that is the entire jungle for the side of BSE being cleared out. The next objective, 12 seconds on the clock for the Azure Golem for BSE.
Yeah, I never thought I'd get to say this in a Honor of Kings game, but for the first time, more is less. Because there is too little things to consider for the side of... Too many things to consider for Zhihong. He can't save everything.
He can't save everything, but still, you have to figure out one thing. Can they realistically break through the high ground with the current state that Nova Esports had? You still have the phase rewind that can affect both lanes with the AoE here. So that is still something that they can play around.
But they can't fight.
Well, they can win here, right? They have the Scepter of Fate here, so we have to see how they really play through this as they are slowly approaching the tier 3 towers of the mid lane of Nova Esports.
Yeah, this one is a very pressurizing presence coming in, and the save does come through. Fate Rewind going to be committed to save that T3 at the bottom. Let's see how much health that is going to be. In the meantime, Wendy working hard to be throwing down those slashes and dashes away from Musan King as well.
And the wave are coming in from the mid and bottom side here. How many times can you Fate Rewind this?
Yeah, you can't defend forever. This is one of my favorite quotes from fighting games, and this one is a fighting match, so who cares about your Fate Rewind? We take the T3 once again. Nova putting a little bit more dominance. This time the T2 and T3 in the mid also chucked down. So destruction is imminent. BSE left with the T3 on the top.
You wouldn't think that they were discouraged from those losses, but no. This is prime Nova. 9 minutes, 3 hours of tier 3s all eliminated from the map.
Yeah, and this is before the 10-minute mark. No shadow variants just yet, but in less than 60 seconds, this could be the killing blow that Nova Esports starts to land onto BSE.
Nova Esports woke up and chose violence in Game 4, and right now, 5 kills to 1 is not the main thing here. They secured all 10 towers without dropping a single one on the map.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. The crystal is.
Indeed it is, kid, and in 30 seconds, we probably might see a double objective start coming in from Nova Esports to really close out the game in a very fast fashion here. Even you have to Fate Rewind, all turrets are down. You can't Fate Rewind a crystal if it goes down.
Yeah, you can't, because the game would be over by then. Nova Esports now with a 8,000 gold lead, looking for where, in which angle this gash can be created for the side of BSE.
Wow, what a domination here coming into the Game 4 here. I am not expecting this kind of tempo coming from Nova Esports, but once again, with their recent out, they do it when it comes to all of these
Yeah, look, I expected them to put up a strong performance, but not as strong as this. Now we are at a 7,000 goal lead. It's a double objective take by the side of Nova Esports. Now there is absolutely no window of comeback unless Nova makes a forced error here.
Indeed, and look at the amount of Mega Minions marching towards the base of Nova. Marching towards the BSE here, and this might be the game-winning push.
Yep, it's not how you start, it's how you end. They get the knock-up onto Xiang, they're pushing them back. At the same time, Zhihong is low, forced to use the Fate Rewind, and this is one big save capability gone. As Nova Esports, they can rinse and repeat once more.
Once more, indeed, the Vanguards, the Overlords are marching towards the base here. Can you defend this? There is no more Fate Rewind. You have to see whether they can pull off this defend here.
Yep, they go on to Muji, but the save comes in from Xuan as well. On the backline, they're trying to get the kill. Xiang is falling low. He will have to give his life at this point. Makes it out. So far, nobody dies on the side of BSE. Can they get the survival done? But Muji is chunking him down. It is Zhihong. He manages to survive, but the crystal is exposed. And Nova, they come back 2-2. This is the series we have on our hands.
Indeed, this is the series we have on our hands, kid. And look at their faces. They are unfazed and they are still primed to go to Game 5, which will happen in a bit. This is the series that we Malaysians, we MKL viewers want to watch.
Yes, not just Malaysians, I think everyone else as well. Look at that Wendy aggressive encouragement onto CY as well.
That was an amazing game coming in from all members of Nova Esports. Wendy with his signature maestro only proven once again why you should never let him get. When he gets the pick, they get 1 point. And CY, what a performance here with the Agudo. He was insane with the pick.
Yep, and Muji is just being a ninja, right? Because in the midst of all the chaos, Muji is just, oh, token. I want to bring it to the arcade. Here's some tokens.
Yeah, he was doing really well taking down these towers, demolishing all these side lanes. Wow, that game, Nova drops at 0 towers until the end of the game. Usually, even if it's a one-sided game, we will see some form of rotation, trading from top to bottom across sides. But this game, it was an absolute masterclass from Nova Esports, absolutely demolishing any hopes that BSE wanted to have in the comeback.
Okay, so let's start where this problem started to appear, right? Okay, so Musan King, look, 7,000 gold, great. That's a decent performance based on, the resources he has been given. But that's the whole issue. Musang King does not have enough farm. He can't tank. And so what if you have the Haino who's able to take reset towers? When you have such a commanding lineup, Di Renjie, you have an Agudo. These two people are very adept at taking turrets. And look, they are at 9k each, which means they're close to 6 items already.
Correct. And this is one of those few things we have to talk about. Where did this all start from? It was the first play that Wendy caught Musashi, which is Musang King off guard entirely, and that's where it escalated. Look at his team fight rate. Wherever there's a fight, there is Wendy. Wherever there's a winning chance, there is Wendy's Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, it's more important to ask where is this Wendy, so where is this Mai, right? That's the big question here. Dealing close to 60,000 worth of hero damage. He was not only dealing the damage, the more important part was that Wendy was getting the lockdowns onto the members of BSE.
Correct. It was so amusing to watch him play Mai Shiranui. CY and Wendy and Shuren were the key engages coming to this game. Every engage on Wendy with the Mai Shiranui, there was always a battlefield command locked in with Wendy to travel and traverse the backline of BSE.
Yeah, so you could see where the benefits come in for the side of Nova Esports. There's a lot of attention needed to the different members on the side of Nova Esports, but then you can't really out-damage them because Xuan comes in with the Battlefield Command, right? It was a very convincing performance. Look, after that 7.5 minute mark, there was no coming back.
There was no coming back. The first engage from Wendy in the mid lane, then they catch Zihong into the bottom lane, and they immediately snowball with all the turrets, all the Tyrant, and that was spelled disaster for BSE. And right now, they pulled it even to a 2-2. And I gotta tell you, kid, we got a series on our hands right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of us will be very happy to feel this because it feels like we are closing in on what may be an ultimate battle today. 3-3. That's not a dream.
That may be not a dream, and as you mentioned, we have to check out who's the MVP as well as none other than He-Man himself, Nova Wendy on his signature Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, don't even have to ask. Come on, this is Wendy we're talking about. 116, dealing 28% of the team's hero damage across. But more importantly, like I said, it was the setups because he was locking people down in place, and all Muchi, all CY had to do was to press that one big button in the bottom right hand side of the screen. Tap, 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 auto attack, and you are dead.
Side of Nova was so crucial, and the anchor was always Wendy with these big plays. So definitely, gotta give props to this man. Every time we see him on Mars, always an eye candy.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the highlights of the game. I think this will capture that first moment where he actually got that kill onto Musang King. So the setup here, even committing his duel to the death. And this is the issue with Musashi. When you get the duel to the death, right, you actually need the follow-up damage. And everyone else was too far behind in farm, in gold, and items to be able to make a difference.
Exactly, even though you can get the trade over here, but still, you are 1 man into 4 man strong, and that is where it all crumbled. This is the last fight coming in. Wendy just dancing on the sidelines, Muchi dumping out the tokens like, hey guys, enough of the kills, let's end it and bring it to a 2-0.
Yeah, this is no game, right? This is the tournament life, and we want those results. So Nova, yes, it wasn't the best result in the previous game, but this game, let me remind you, this was a game where Nova took down all 3 tier 3s before the 10-minute mark. In fact, they did it 1 whole minute before the Shadow variants came. At 9 minutes, it was a Baron base for the side of BSE.
If this is not an absolute domination in terms of how the word is represented, I don't know what is him. But definitely, what a masterclass of a showcase coming in from Nova in this game 4.
Yes, and you know what? Some of our other casters will like to say that momentum decides who he really chooses as the next winner, right? So is this going to be the case? I don't know.
Oh, that is definitely a very good way of putting it. In terms of momentum, Nova is definitely riding on that wave right now. But still, let's check out all the picks that have been expended so far in this GBP here, kid.
Okay, one natural pattern you will see is that I think Zhihong has been playing a lot of utility mages today. Maybe BSE wants to consider changing it up into a very aggressive mage. something that, yes, requires a little bit more gold. Like, take a look at what Nova is playing. A lot of gold heavy mages, Gun and Mo, Nuwa, and Mai as well. And only that singular Shi, which is meant to be the utility mage. And the results have been showing.
Well, you gotta give a big credit to Wendy, right? It's Wendy, you gotta give him all these carries, these enablers, right? It's more of the Nova esports style, banking on Wendy. On the style BSE style, you're banking on Musang King, you're banking on JR. So it's very two different distinct styles that you're looking to play, right? So definitely it may be a refreshing change if we do see more of these My Runaway picks, the Shangguan Dolia that they have performed really well back in HOK S2 and also KC2084. Maybe that's something they can bring out back once again in these grueling series.
I'm really curious whether BSE is going to choose up that blue side again. I think it should be Nova's turn to pick, right? So if Nova goes to blue, then they believe that blue side is the 100% side. But no, okay, they go back into the red.
That is so many blue sides coming in from BSE now, but still, yes, correct. And you mentioned Nova has already broken the blue side 100% win rate, so maybe their coaching staff is like, hey, since we did make the last pick work, we did make entirely our draft work, let's go back once again. Since there's not much priority anymore, we can just ban out the early. No matter what they pick on the first pick, it doesn't affect us. We prioritize the counter pick more than the first pick at this point.
Yeah, who cares about superstitions at this point? Well, I do, but of course, we will see how this plays out. Nova against BSE, this is one of the closest series we've ever had in MKL, and this is just the halfway mark, right? We want to see, is this going to go into the ultimate battle? 3 against 3, but BP first. Sagi, let me know what you think. What will you ban out first?
What would I ban out first? Long and Arlie will definitely be removed from the pool for both players coming in from the side of BSE and Nova. As that is the case right now, look at that Long, look at that Arlie. Both are literally banned away from existence.
Let's see. Okay, so it means the Liang is available for the pick, and this could be opening up the Liang and Princess Frost combination, this time for Nova Esports.
First pick, Marco Polo here. Let's see if it actually proves anything here. As we know one thing for sure, the marksman pool is getting diminished harder and harder as the game progresses. The reversing Marco Polo makes sense as there are lesser, as we mentioned. So right now, if you're Nova Esports, what's the priority here? The Luna is banned out. There is still the Liang that they let go through the draft right now.
I disagree with you. I think there's plenty more farm lanes. Look, there's like Fuzhi.
Well, it may be the case here, kid. Daxiao Fuzhi is definitely one of the few signs that's shown right now by the screens of Nova Esports pan pick. You make a good point here. And Mayin. Hey man, Xuan has had a heck of a game with Mayin yesterday, and right now he's further showing it right now on this game that's deciding who goes to match point.
I mean, that's true. He really had a pretty sick Mayin yesterday. The amount of dives he was able to commit for the side of Nova, not only commit, but be successful with it, I think is a huge marker here. But BSE, oh, they take up the Dharma. This one is a scary one because Xiang's Dharma is one of the best in the world.
I would have to agree, especially from his showcase so far. This is gonna be a clash of the titans in the clash lane to see who can actually bring their team the success that they really need. And on this third pick itself, when Wendy is hovering, are we going to see the Fuzhi that you mentioned about? It's not gonna be, it's the Fang Bean coming out!
Okay, it's not a good lane, right? I hope this is not a jungle Fang. I know a lot of people will be like, Fang goes in the jungle. Yes, Fang does go in the jungle because of her passive. She's able to deal additional damage to monsters in the jungle, right? I think it's up to like 15% or 1.5%, something like that. But I think he absolutely smashes Marco in lane.
Well, we'll have to see how the roamers actually influence this matchup because, yet again, it's never a 1v1 matchup, it's always a multi-man matchup when it comes to the professional games. So right now, we look at the drop real quick. The Outshine gets locked out, and all these Marco Polo combos gets banned out as well from the side of Nova Esports. So assuming this Fang and Daqiao will be going to the hands of Wei Pin and Muchi, that is a very strong lane that BSE has to handle.
Okay, I know it's a long shot, but you know what? Daqiao also can go into the mid, you know? So... But I don't think I've ever seen Wendy play Daqiao mid, so I'm not sure like that is the correct call.
Maybe today is the day. Maybe it still remains as a flex. As we see so far, Nova Esports draft is still very flexible. However, we need to keep a bit of focus towards the jungle role right here. It will be the all-ground being picked up from Nova Esports. This is one of the key picks coming to BO5, BO7s when it matters the most. This pick always shows up.
Okay, there is one benefit to the start of Nova Esports' draft, and that is also the passive of Fang. So, in the event they are fighting near the jungle, Fang actually is able to spot out people who are hiding in the brushes. I think every 60 seconds or 150 seconds, something like that, right? And this really could spoil the game for Xiang because he is going to be looking for those entry points. And imagine if Nova knows this information and they bait Xiang in.
Oh my, that is true, but if you want to spot Xiang, you can't be spotting Moses, Cannon Blast, and Guardian Mo's daggers from all the way across the map, right? So that is something that they prove on the map as well. So let's see BSE, Moses, and Gan and Mo in Game 5 of this series here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a BO7, this is not the final game here, so stick with us till the end.
Athena Rome?
Oh, maybe?
I mean, okay, wait, does it make sense? Because, I mean, you can just constantly invade the jungle, and Mankey's jungling speed in comparison to Ogre, definitely not in comparison. You can keep eyes on the Moses, and Fang should be able to do well solo in the lane, right? No!
Well,
oh, wow, it's a Kong Ming.
Oh, it's the pattern here. It's a pattern here, kid. Wendy on utility mages, nah, it's a waste. Put him on the carry, The Guardian Mo, the Kong Ming, the Maestro. Let's go, Wendy Kingdom for Nova Esports here.
Yeah, and Fang, I mean, the Fang pick for Muji, he should be able to sustain in lane. I find it very difficult for Marco to win in lane against a Fang, but we'll see.
We'll see, especially there's still room for lane swaps coming in from the top and bottom side of the map. So there is still room for this Marco Polo to play another matchup mid, potentially against the Marine. But yet again, let's check out the drafts real quick for these both teams. BSE, they have a very engage-centric playstyle with the Cannon Blast, with the Dream Roam, with the Truth Mantra. And the fall damage, definitely. Roaming Gun, definitely from Guy Mo's combo blades. For South Nova Esports, you want to play one thing. You're playing towards the win condition of Kong Ming, towards Wendy, and you're playing with Ogran. This mid-jungle duo will be devastating, while not forgetting Majin on the hands of Shuan.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is both teams are playing the same kind of gold composition. So you do need gold on the Gan and Mo on the side of BSE. You also need gold on the Kong Ming. So this is going to be more of a funneling battle, right? Who gets more gold into the jungle first? And then, this is where the kills become so much more valuable, the camps become so much more valuable as well. And see why. He starts the aggressions first.
He starts the aggression, he gets poked out by the Cannon Blast here. So they are trying to stop him from countering this wild boar camp that's about to spawn here. So Pamper passing goes in, Smite is expended, Seer State executes the camp. So right now, they have immediate access towards the River Sprite and they are right now eyeing towards it.
Okay, so that's an advantage to Nova for now, right? And you can already see, right? JR is not having a good time against Muji because with target sided, the first skill of Muji, he's actually able to get a decent amount of burst in. And you don't really win those 1v1s. Fang is a 1v1 monster.
He is a 1v1 monster, and if you're talking about playing safe side, the Shuriken coming in from the ultimate can clear ways with ease here. So one of the few things that Fang can do very well is playing the weak side here. But hang on though, engage, go through the mid.
Yep, can they get the kill? Wendy falls to use the flash, but still takes a fall. First blood goes in the hands of Musan King. Beautiful kill. And not only that, BSE, they flip the entire script around. They steal the Azure Golem. They secure their own as well.
And when you talk about funneling gold, right, that Azure Golem went to the hands of none other than Zihong. Right now, if it's a battle of carry mages, Zihong is one up against Wendy.
No way. This is a tough game. Guaranteed. At the start for BSE, what a lead to have.
What a lead to have. Stealing with the Azure Golem and right now getting a one-up kill onto them as well. And right now, CY gets poked out and looks to counter the Wild Boar here. Can he get it though? Smite is expanded. He gets it with the Seer State.
Yep, that's a nice execute. But once again, they have not missed a single shot here. Dian really on point with his accuracy. Oh, Muji.
Muji going in with the roll in deep and the Shuriken pops the damage here. Not the highest amount of damage as he has the boost of fortitude, so that is still some way of escaping for the side of JR here with this tough laning. So right now, the Cannon Blast that you're mentioning about has been hitting hard from DN. He has not been missing.
Yes, and this might be something that really brings them to a huge advantage and also allows them to keep it on the side of BSC. As long as he keeps doing this, I think it's going to be quite beneficial for the side of Black Shrew Esports.
We have to see so far, as we mentioned, you remember, right? AG versus BSC, the gun ammo and the Mozi. We haven't seen it flourish towards the early game, but once the items clock in, once the cannon blast hit after hit, that's where it actually shines.
Yes, and Dian, I mean today, he has been on fire so far in his first 3 minutes of the game.
This game, the previous games, he is always on fire. This man is the key leader right now for BSE's macro rotations. So definitely, from what we've seen so far, this is gonna be a very, very close fight between these two teams.
Okay, so Nova Esports, they're keeping pace with the side of BSE, right? So previously, when that first steal happened, they got the kills. BSE already had a 500 gold lead, and for now, it is kept around that marker as they look for more steals. Musan King jumps in, that's a lot of kills. The flash! Dian gets the kill, secondary kill onto Waypit. This is another important marker for the side of BSE. And look at the damage that Wendy is doing. He does no damage to Musan King.
Man, that's what we're talking about. Dian, once again, look at the cannon blast. Once again, forcing Musi's position. That was immaculate coming there. He flashed, he collected the kill on Waypit, and right now, they are on board right now. 1,000 gold lead favor towards BSE.
Yeah, not looking good for Nova, but this is dream for the side of Black Shrew Esports. It's not the biggest lead, it's about 1,000 now, but CY eating a couple of blades to the face. Dian once again trying to get that cannon blast. But the save comes in from Waypit, and for now, this moment is going to be more important because both teams will be tussling over this first Tyrant of the game.
10 men strong into the bottom river for both teams, and this is going to be their first fight here. And Musan King misses the ultimate though. But ultimate comes in, damn!
Yup, he gets the catch, but he gets caught instead. Nova Esports just manages to respond in time. CFA got it placed down. I think this is for CY. And while that was a great initiation, they trade out the Clash laners. So not ideal for the side of BSC as Nova recover a little bit of farm. And EXP, they get the Tyrant for themselves.
Ooh, that would be so good if BSC actually followed onto Xiang's engagement. That was a 4-man knockup. Things would have gone really haywire if that was actually going to be any form of play. But as you mentioned, Clash lanes traded from both sides here. So still yet again, 3 kills heavy, but still,
what a shot! JR, that was a big moment. I mean, Dian, silent but irritating at this point. Very nice cannon blaster set. And of all people, it had to be on Waypit, who unfortunately had already used his Purify earlier in that fight.
Once again, BSE Dian shows you what it means to be a roam diff, and he hits you once again with another cannon blast to the face here. This is absolute domination here coming in from Dian on this Mozi pick.
Yeah, this is so good. This is what we need, right? BSC fans are definitely happy with Dian's performance, but they need a little bit more because while the goal lead has stretched up to be about close to 2,000 at this point, the game is not set in stone yet. They still need to push Nova behind a little more.
Indeed, I have to agree with you. This game, I have a feeling it's not going to be so close as we've seen so far from Game 1 to Game 4 here. So right now, this is the deciding moment for both teams. And whoever gets this game will be like what you say. They get the momentum.
Yeah, because the biggest goal difference comes in the form of the roamers. Like, Dian is just doing so much better than Waypit, but the roamers don't really play that big of a part in damage, just in setup. Oh, Muji.
Just in setup. Oh, Muji might be caught out.
Yeah, he's down for sure. That stun comes in, and once again, Dian with the setup. This time, he gets to reward himself with the kill. Nova Esports struggling to keep pace, and as they continue this game, this gap is getting bigger.
Man, as we're talking about, we keep prizing Dian, and he's showing us so many good cannon blasters. The first few victims were Waypit, were Wendy, and right now it has escalated Muji into the farming here. And right now, with that kill onto Muji here, they might be in danger of a tier 3 going tier 1 going down over to the bot side of Nova Esports.
Okay, they have a turnaround condition that can come in the form of Wendy, but Wendy has not died yet, right?
Oh, he has been fallen to the hands of BSE in the first few minutes, the first one, if you remember correctly. So right now, there's still a fallen condition, right? Like you mentioned. Wendy is one of the conditions, and Dian here with the catch.
Oh, they burn out the Purify. This is perfect for the side of BSE, right? One more fight. They just need to force one more fight. They will get whatever they need. At the same time, JR, he does have his Purify. So this could be great.
Ooh, 7 minutes in. Spark Sports with the Doomsday here, slowly moving towards the Frigid Charger and taking control of the bottom sector of Nova Esports, taking down the first tier 1 of the game.
Okay, CY wants to go and check the jungle, but unfortunately there are 4 different members on the side of BSE keeping tabs of what the movement is. They will not allow that rotation to happen. In fact, they delay it so that Nova might make the mistake of checking for that buff a little too early later, with BSE waiting for him.
Ooh, if you were to look at the goal right now, JR is rocking very heavily and safely with that 5.8k across the board right now. So that man itself, look at him, side lane domination, 2 levels up Muji.
Yep, with a 1,000 gold lead as well. The stun comes in, that's a lot of free hits coming in. CY is not healthy, he has the back off. They're looking for flank on the back lines. Similar for Wendy as well as Xuan, but immediately he gets scouted out. They might have to give away this Azure buff into the hands of Musang King, and it does go. And right now, they're looking for it. CY uses the powerful passing. The setup on the side. Xuan gets a kill on the JR. There's a lack of damage coming in from the side of BSC. Great start, but they can't continue because they don't have that firepower anymore.
But still, a kill is a kill. If you're in Nova Esports position, you will take that. It's one of the most fed members, which is JR on the Marco Polo here. So, decent comeback kill coming in for the side of Nova Esports to really slow down the bleed. That Marco Polo was a bit too over-ambitious with the ultimate coming in here.
Yeah, Xuan just really adept at catching stragglers, right? So if you make this overconfidence movement of trying to go into the sides and being too front-facing, you get caught. So look at Xuan. He actually manages to find, with the flash as well, manages to get the kill, get out, and also force Tien to use his think inside the box. Pretty good movements coming in.
Yeah, pretty good movers. They secure the Tyrant, they secure the kill, and they secure the bottom tower. So a bit of a recovery here coming in from the gold department from the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's a good recovery, I guess, but it's still close to 2,000. See why he needs to steal this away. Ooh. And with that, he does. Wow, the timing, impeccable.
Impeccable timing, and right now he is once again back onto the gorge with the launching pad, with the platform bounce. And right now, 30 seconds on the clock. The 5th game, the Tyrant Shadow Variant is about to be spawned onto the mapkin.
Yes. 30 seconds and lesser for both teams now. This could decide very well the pacing of the second half of the game as we head into the mid stages. CY now caught in the middle of 2. Will have to give away his Azure buff. It goes in the hands of Zhihong, the last person you want to give if you're on the side of Nova. But BSE, maybe they have been caught. Here comes the 7th Surge along with the Leaping Koi Tide. A lot of disruptions. Meantime, Xiang does get quite a bit of damage after Wendy's winning strategy, that ultimate coming in.
But look at Shred, he has gotten 2 towers towards the Clasher right now while all this is going. The money is being funneled to the pockets of Nova Esports, and right now, a tussle between the first Tyrant is starting.
Yep, Dian falling a bit low. They need to find an opening on the side of BSE. They can't engage the fights from here, so they try to go from the sides, but the wheel away from Muji escapes, making sure that he stays alive. At the same time, CY Xuan with the catch as well. Can they get the kill? Xiang with the fever barrage coming from JR, but there is too little life on his hands. JR gets taken down. A trade comes in. Xuan and CY. This is looking good for the moment on the side of BSE because there's no more continuing damage for that Tyrant.
There is no more continuing damage for the Tyrant, and they are forced to give up the position onto the Tyrant right now. So BSE, they have what it takes to secure this objective right now. Sea of Fate sends Whippet back to safety here. So it's a 3v4 so far. Is Musang King and Gang going to start on this Tyrant, or what are we going to be looking at?
Okay, so they wanted to pressure the T1, but now with the timing of the buffs coming up, BSE, they might have to take a step back, secure those buffs first, which means Nova might just make a prior towards this Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant of the game. But Musang King, he has gotten his buff, he's coming back. They're going to go in, Purify going to be used, but what a nice catch by Xiang. He catches 2 kills, Wendy and Wave Pit down. Do they get the Tyrant? It is actually Musang King who gets a Tyrant, and they swing this game back into their favor heavily this time.
Xiang, when you need him the most, like you mentioned, the prize Dharma, one of the best, if not the best in the world. He got that backline engage, he got that 2 kills, securing his team. Yet another lead going into this series, the game 5, the match point.
Yep, 3,000 gold ahead. It's not the biggest of leads, especially considering how big and tight this game is. But Nova CY, he's in the middle and front-facing 4 people. Xuan just giving a little bit of a distraction and deterrent.
Right now, in terms of team fighting, I gotta say, BSE is topping the charts right now with their engages. Xiang, what a miracle play there to really cement this team with this enormous goal lead of almost 5,000 right now.
And the fact that JR didn't die, I think that's the most important part, right?
Oh, he died.
Oh, he died. Yeah, I mean, okay, then in that case, JR giving his life. As they wrestle for this Azure Golem, going to go in the hands of Muji. Better Muji than the side of BSE. CY now taking a lot of damage. Oh no, Xuan as well. Here comes the Dream Roam, catches his hands onto CY, but I think he does have a saving grace. JR still looking for an opening. In the meantime, Wendy shooting the spheres down. Can they get them? Can they deter them from coming into the base?
Ooh, a last-ditch defense here, but they pulled it off cleanly. Tier 3s are still up and available for the South Nova Esports. That's just the first Tyrant. Right now, Tyrant buff has expired here. Waypit, they know for a fact they cannot be fighting anymore, so he goes on silent duty. He wants to delay this game until the Fang gets the Daybreaker.
Yeah, BSE is so far very adapted, just silencing Wendy, right? I haven't seen too much of Wendy in this game because he can't find those angles to enter. And right now, Musang King doing a very good job, in fact, stealing away the ball camp from the side of Nova.
Well, money is money. At this point, 4,000 gold lead. Vanguard is on the maps right now, so wave pressure will be accumulating for the South Nova Esports. Shadow Vanguard dropped at the bottom lane right now, so can they pull off this defense real quick is the question for Nova Esports.
I think it's dependent on how Musang King engages, right? If they can buy some space for Zihong as well as JR, I think this is a sealed deal. Sign, seal, and deliver the damage to the crystal. Right now, there is going to be that first attempt onto the T3. They should be able to get it. CY marches into their faces, should get the Sea of Fate TP back, but Xuan somehow gets taken down. I think Xiang committed that truth mantra, gets the kill, and it's a 4v5. Not ideal for the side of Nova Esports, but Black True Esports, this is the window of opportunity they've been waiting for. What is done by the end? The catch as well. Think inside the box. CY gets taken down. That's a secondary kill. 11 to 4. Another catch. Xiang. What a moment for this guy. Double kill. And they put themselves ahead in this best of 7. As they look for that crystal, the Dragons, the Vanguards are marching in 3 to 2. What a lead by BSE.
BSE Xiang solo kill into the immediate backline and says, what an amazing play from this best Starmar in the world!
Yeah, Bien, he was kind of lecturing JR just now. Like, dude, go in, I've already shot the shots, man, what are you doing?
Or maybe that was still, we prize Dien, we prize these two players, but still, the MVP, I can't pick between Dien or Xiang. They played an immaculate game of CC of making so many opportunities for the side of BSE here. They were immaculate in this game 5.
Yeah, I can't choose as well. But okay, just based on the last play, I can't decide.
I can't decide. The cannon blast onto tree into the flash dink in the box to lock tree. Immediately when they pull off, immediately Xiang came in with the double knock in for this wall truth mantra. Wow, what a play!
Yeah, I mean, it burned out so many resources, right? The Purify taken by Waypit as well. Like, there was no option. And for the first time in a long time, Wendy was just cleanly shut down. There was no way. He could not make a difference at all.
He really could not make a difference at all. He was completely shut silence in this game 5 of this best of series. But yet again, I really want to find out what Xiang was building in that game, because that was a lot of damage coming from this Dharma.
Let's see. Starbreaker with the Sacrifice Cloak, Frostscar Embrace, Axe of Torment, Sky Dome. I think, okay, pretty standard. But the thing I think that is more impressive is the fact that Musang King was able to tank so much. This guy, I mean, okay, Overlord's plate mail with the Dragon Rage and Blazing Cape. So a lot of sustain available. That's actually one of the big markers why BSE was able to get good fights against Nova, because they were paying so much attention to Musang King. And then this was aided by all of those shots coming from the end. I'm just curious, like, what's this damage counter? What's the number of damage all of the different members did on the side of BSE?
Probably going more on the side of Zihong and JR and Xiang in the middle. But still, let's check out the post-game stats to answer that question of yours. And none of it, it is definitely going to be JR and Zihong in the damage. And definitely look at Xiang's damage as well. Wow.
Wow. Okay, Dian is the one that actually impresses me the most because he did actually land quite a lot of shots. So he's dealing close to 50,000 worth of hero damage here. 47.9. Not bad, respectable amount because normally you're looking at like, I don't know, 20, 30, because you're really just setting up situations and you don't really go for those damage items as well.
Well, if you look at the end, he rocks at 85% team fight rate. He was involved in almost every single kill that BSE had, aside from the 1-2 solo kills that we see in the side lane. But still, this man with his cannon blast on this Mortis pick is so good.
Yeah, and look, okay, benefits to, or props to Nova Esports. I think they tried their best with this draft. It's a very experimental one. I like the Fang pick. But they couldn't find that winning moments and winning markers into the game, right? And the moment you can't get kills, JR was playing extremely safe, actually just saved his roaming gun for every time Muchi tried to throw his first kill, which kind of dwindled the opportunities for Nova. So they kept them at bay and slowly won in the trades of neutral resources. And then once the big fights come in, that's where Black Hole Esports, once again, very stock standard, is signature style play. They lock you in, they don't allow you to come out.
That's true, and I do agree with you so as well. It's like, time and time again, yes, you pick the Fang, you pick all these tank junglers, right? You want to give space for Wendy to farm, Wendy to really prosper into these team fights. But still, Wendy was shut down by Dian and Zihong so early on in the game due to their first blood. And towards the entire game, look at this gold craft, 8.2 thousand straight for Black Shoe Esports.
Okay, so we were curious about the MVP. Let's have the production tell us who it is. And yes, it is going to be Dian. Okay, Sagi, I will allow you to gush over this guy now.
This guy is insane on Mozi. The cannon blast, the thing in the box. I think hands down this guy performed immaculate in this game.
3, 1, and 8. You know what? I thought he had more assists. I
Same, I thought
the
he had
amount
more.
of shots he got.
Wow, still, I think every cannon blast that he hit had to force away the Purify from the side of Waypit.
Yeah, like you don't want to put yourself in the risk, right? And it comes off of a skill that, you know, is off cooldown every 6 to 8 seconds.
Look at this cannon blast onto 2 and onto Wendy immediately capturing the kill with the last bubble. And right now, look at this, another one, another cannon blast into the flash passive auto attack to secure a kill onto Wendy. And look at this Waypit, slowly walking down, gets another cannon blast from the end.
Yeah, this one was a beauty, right? Because also, remember we talked about, hey, you can't afford to have a lapse in concentration. You have to check those bushes before you walk in the lane. They didn't, and what a punish coming in from the side of BSE.
Exactly, and look at these key moments, right? Look at Xiang, this was the play. Flash into the Truthless Mountain, into the 2 core carries of the side of Nova Esports. And let alone, they got the tire, and look at this last play here. Cannon blast onto 2, think in the box onto another 2 from the side of BSE. Dian, JR did go in, Dian falls, and look at Xiang right here. Into the 2 core carries.
Yeah, like it was like, hey, it's over. Even I thought it was over. There's no more resources to burn. That's why they were grouped up together and walking close to the wall as well. And Xiang said, no, we have one more surprise. It is going to be a big present for you. And that present is a glimpse into the future because the crystal was going to be broken from that point on.
Well, glimpse into the future. Will it be a 4-2 or will it be a 3-3 kin? Right now, on our hands is BSE locking in that match point against Nova Esports 3-2. But still, I gotta give a bit of an info here. We've seen a lot of times that Nova Esports has been in these situations. They have been in this situation since HOKSG against Vitality, against Nongshim in the Grand Finals. Can they make another miracle happen?
I think it is possible, but just to give you an inkling of what's happening, for those of you that have just joined us or need a recap, here are the drafts for the first 5 games, winning and losing for both teams. So BSE, they just won this latest game with a Dharma, Menki, Ganemo, Marco Polo, and Mozi composition going up against Nova Esports. Now bear in mind, both teams can explore something slightly different. There have been a couple of tank junglers that have been used, but what's left for BSE? They can take up the Dun. They can take up the Dun. Yeah, just do it. Tank jungler. They can also explore the Jing, right? In this assassin style, there's pay available. Nova though, it's a completely different setting for them. So Nova, I think that the more focus what will you focus on if you're Nova? Is jungle the focus for you?
Jungle, maybe you think you go for the Luna, the Jing, or maybe even the tank jungle so far that he hasn't picked. But still, the focus will be probably falling more on the marksman right now. You have seen all the picks coming so far. If you're a BSE, you will still ban out the Long, and you potentially might ban on the Marco Polo as well, because you're definitely limiting the pool of Muchi right now. And right now, both sides, you're definitely going to be looking at Long, Arlie, Marco Polo being removed from the equation, and those left are the only available picks for these marksman players to pick. We might be even seeing an Aaron here if we're being honest.
Soyue maybe? I think Soyue is definitely something that they can definitely pick. Ho-E, I'm still placing hope. I mean, yes, the win rate has not been the best, right? You have told me that it's 110, something like that.
119, yeah.
But look, to me, stats don't matter. It's how the player plays, right? It's not the hero, it's the person.
That is true. That is really true. So definitely, we might see an overlap on allowing the Long to go through the draft and picking that tank Arcana Holy that you've been mentioning about, pairing with the Boots of Tranquility, utilizing these Burning Sun arrows to build tempo for the team. That is one way of doing it in the draft as well. But yet again, if we want to find out about draft, we definitely can look at the Game 6, the crucial game of this series here. Will Nova Esports pack their bags and lose towards BSE, or BSE really let loose a bit and let Nova Esports match it to a 3-3?
I don't know. Okay, look, my own personal history in best of 7s, I have had, I think, 4 or 5 best of 7s, and out of the 4 or 5, 2 of them have gone the full length, at least. That's what I remember. So, there is a chance we could end the day right here, right now. BSE take it 4-2, but it also depends on the bans, and it is going to be the Lung and Luna taken out first by BSE.
Long and Luna being taken out, and this is a revisit of the same bands right now. And Dian here securing his favorite Zhang Fei that he has performed really consistently so far. For Nova Esports here, you still have the Marco Polo, you still have the Shoyu that we mentioned about. Are you putting any priority on these 2 picks? If you do take away the Shoyu though, that's a big hit going to BSE's marksman draft.
I would even go full green. Look, why not play the tank jungler? I know BSE have a lot of attack-based mages. Pick a Luban.
Pick a Luban. They lock in the Jing and Liu Bang to revisit their success with it in the AG series here right now. CY, what is the task for you? What are you looking to pick here to really counteract this Jing? He locks in the Musashi to lock down this Jing.
Really? Does that work?
Well, you have a lot of CC coming in from the Diadea spell 2 point-and-click CC and the Musashi due to the point-and-click CC. So that might be a cause here to really slow down Jing in the mirror domain here. And as you mentioned, the Luban gets banned out. Even more picks gets limited in the pool of marksmen on the hands of JR here. Luban gets banned out. We might be seeing another ban going into the farm lane for the side of Nova Esports here.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, once again, it's a smart ban, it's a great ban, because look, Luban absolutely thrives in this lineup for BSE. They have so much frontline aggression, it's really hard to get past the front line and try to go for the back lines on that Luban. It's a perfect situation. And yeah, they ban out the Fuji on the side of Black through Esport as well. You can't deal with him late game that well, especially as the Liu Bang. And even in lane, I think it's pretty hard to play against him. So with that being said, Nova, they finish it up with the Consort Yu ban.
Consort Yu ban to really suppress this marksman pool right here. You have to show you still, you have to hold Yi still. There's still a few picks that you can visit into this pool. Heck, you can even visit some of the picks such as the Garo or Meng Yao here. We have to see what BSE have in store. For the Nova Esports here, lots of the solo lanes here are being banned off. Fuzi further limiting strength pool, and Yi Xing here has been banned out for Wendy as well.
I'm still thinking, like, as a farm laner, on the side of BSE, what would make sense to you now? I don't think that Aaron makes sense because you absolutely get smashed. I don't think the Garo makes sense because you already suffer against mobility. They're gonna crush you here if you're trying to bank on the fact that you're just gonna stand there and shoot. So, and then you're left with Ho-E, right? Not the best.
Shoyu has a pretty good farming level towards the late game when he hits the Daybreaker. He has three 3 stacks of mobility, so definitely something that they can visit at this crucial game. Or are they going to show us something even more fancier and surprising into their draft? Maybe a double silent here. It will be the Yuhuan for the mid lane here, for Zihong being locked in here. What is the final pick for their marksman here? Clock is ticking. 3, 2, 1. It will be the Garo!
Really? Okay. Super confident. I like it. But at the same time, I feel like, hey, Nova, they are very happy with the Garo pick as well. It does hurt them in the form of Byron because Garo deals extra 50% damage against shields. But the point of the matter is you're not going to be fighting against Byron first. You're going to be fighting against the Marco.
You'll be fighting against a Marco Polo, but still, the lane does favor against the Garo due to the range, but still, it's a 2v2 matchup. We have to see how they play it out, but you got a good point here. Yes, Garo does do a lot of damage towards shield, but still, you gotta understand. Byron Musashi, how are you gonna survive as Garo? Milady?
Ooh, okay, Milady. Interesting. I am looking... I'm trying to formulate my mind around here. Right,
okay.
So...
Okay.
Probable first movement, Nova Esports, their first play is to do a double dive into the clash lane. Right? Let's get rid of the Liu Bang first. We give Xiang a bad laning phase, give him a hard time. We get the gold advantage. We also steal the camps in their jungle, our jungle, River Sprite.
Yep, I do agree so with you as well. And we've seen one time as well that Wendy actually brought out the Milady pick. So this is the second time we are witnessing it, but still, Milady, as you mentioned, the game plan is to tackle the Liu Bang, is to make sure that they take down the towers fast, they snowball the game fast until the Garo farms into fruition. So for the side of Nova Esports, it is engage, and make sure that they cannot scale Blackstreet Esports. If they can survive for Garo and the Jing, they can definitely blossom into the late game here, Ken.
Yes, and I think Wendy is not going for utility builds here. They definitely want to get the burst damage, play an assassin-style Milady, right? So the moment she uses her ulti, those robot minions come down, you are not going to have a good time, huge burst potential. But it takes a bit of time for this to happen, so I'm curious how Wendy is going to play this.
Well, it's time to find out the potential final game of the grand finale of BSE versus Nova Esports in the grand finals. A bit of a tussle towards the mid lane, but let's find out who will be victorious or who will bring it to a 3-3.
Okay, so they go for the instant rush on the side of BSC, allowing for the initial stage. And wow, okay, so Nova also make that lane rotation. So they're actually putting Xuan up against JR, which he's not going to have a great time, let's be honest, at all. He is not itemized for her.
But still, they at least secured their prime carry, which is Muchi, the carry of their team, for a safe laning here. So that is something that they have to point out. And still, got the JR plays too aggressive here. They might be caught up by a Flash Storm Strike or just the fact that Waypick can roam to this them. So still, for me, it's a 50-50 laning for both sides here. It guarantees a bit of both for both teams.
Okay, but this means that Nova needs to secure the space right on the top. They can't give away these neutral resources. The reason why you take that lane rotation in the first place is to make sure you win the resources, you win the lane. So you can't afford to lose.
Correct, you can't afford to lose. And right now, towards the top side, we see a trade coming in from Xiang versus Muchi. And right now, both teams are slightly hovering towards the mid side to collect this River Sprite once again by BSE. And it will there be a fight breaking out.
Yep, CY will get slightly poked at this point. I don't think they will be facing too much danger. Look, it's the first minute. I think the important part of the map that is supposed to be contested is going to be, number one, this River Sprite. But the second thing is the 2-minute mark space sprite at the top. And it looks like they want to get more robot minions here to be able to push down this T1. Or at least get some damage.
The moment this Milady hits level 4 here, Ken, he's gonna be sitting towards the side lane and taking down this Liu Bang tower, forcing them to break the game open very early. So right now, we want to see here is that the game plan for Nova, as we see Wendy approaching towards the top turret here for the side of Blackstreet Esports. Ultimate has been expended. That is a lot of damage on the turret.
Yeah, but there is a threat. CY caught in the middle of 3-4 people. And CY, he does make it out. The miss, the unbridled outburst does not hit the mark, but the flash comes in and Xiang gets the first blood. A great start for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
That's a kill and a buff towards the side of BSE in the early game. They sacrificed the top tower, but with the immaculate play coming in from Xiang and Co, they secure the kill. But right now, Xiang once again with a gag towards the bot lane.
Yep, Xuan, I think he will be able to make it out. They don't want to overcommit. It's time wasting at this point, right? This time can be better used to really just ramp up the speed of your farm, especially for JR. He needs to get a couple of the jungle camps away, increase his itemization, because Muji, he has taken a T1 on the top, which means, look, he is level 6, 2.1 thousand. Not the biggest lead, about 100 gold, but it does make a difference.
It does make a difference, but look at Musang King. From that point alone, he has a 500 gold lead over his lane opponent, which is CY on the Musashi here. So right now, we gotta figure out, will this be an impact towards the mid game where this Musashi and this Jing matchup will go haywire totally?
I mean, they shouldn't be going for each other, right? They should be going for the important targets like the farm laners and stuff like that. So I think it's more of the comparison of how big of a difference is there in between your farm. And right now, between JR and CY, there is no difference.
Okay, CY does not know that they are in the bush here. There is the unbridled outburst!
Okay, he does make it out towards the death. He wants to make it easy. He will try his best, but he gives his life. Can they get the return kill? No way. Destined encounter going to be dropped down. Oh no, the miss by Muji. This is not looking good. Dian falling a bit low, but there's no follow-up. Nova Esports cannot chase. And with this, the 4-minute tyrant should go into the hands of Blackstreet Esports.
Once again, at the key timer here. This time, it was the spawn of the Tyrant here. Immediately, they engage onto the CY, and CY gets punished heavily. The Tyrant goes over to BSE once again.
Yep, and now this is a lead. This is a 1,000 lead. So Nova now forced to huddle up and really just secure farm for themselves. They cannot afford to lose any of these buffs to the side of BSE anymore.
This Jane pick here coming in from Musang King at the match point here is so good. Look at him. The 1,000 gold you were talking about, it's all on him, on his lane opponent.
Yeah, and it's not healthy because this means, look, essentially at this point, he can really kill anyone on the side of Nova Esports, CY included. And this is not a good news at all for Nova Esports. And because of this advantage they've gotten for themselves, JR now is having the freedom to freely hit and push the lane because they have to focus as a team on the other objectives.
Oh, the half-back pressure definitely is strong right now coming in from Blackstreet Esports, because right now, if you look at Musang King here, he's super well farmed up, and the end here might be caught up a bit, but still has the unbridled outburst.
Yep, CY, they can't get enough burst damage in. That's a huge problem because, look, they can't overcommit at this point. There is no purifying for Muji, which is why he doesn't want to use his Fever Barrage. So you understand why he makes that choice, right? You don't want to put yourself suddenly finding yourself in the middle of 5 different players. CY, there's a lot of damage to the death committed, but there's not enough. Why are they still going in? And with that, they get 3 kills in total. T1 taken. Nice jump by Xuan. He gets a double. JR and Zhong, the main 2 members on the side of Blackstreet Esports, and suddenly just caught off guard. Nova Esports, this is an opening. They can try for this T1, and it will be taken in quick succession.
When you need someone the most from Nova Esports, you can always bank on Xuan. They flash Storm Strike onto 3 members. Muji immediately follow up with the Fever Brush, collecting 2 kills, and right now, they return back, fire back with a tier 3 tower over the mid lane. They are equalizing the game with whatever they got.
Okay, this is why I can't be a pro, right? I'm questioning why CY is throwing his ultimates. Now, it's all a ploy. He just wants them to commit, and that's where Xuan comes in from the sidelines. And Musang King, he is looking for a target. Blocked off by Waypin. What a step in the front to sacrifice his health? Not even life, health, to block that jump from Musang King.
Well, this is what we're talking about. When we talk about how are we going to realistically lock down the Jing, this is the Dia's capability, the point and click CC into the knockback here. Let's check out the replay real quick. So, this fight started out with CY. He falls out and flash Storm Strike onto 3, immediately follow up with the Fever Barrage. That was immaculate because he stopped Dian from actually being able to respond to that.
Yeah, actually that was a very huge marker because if Dian was not caught, he would have been able to stop the combination with the Unbridled Outburst. But the fact that he was one of the 3 people caught in the air, now that's a big marker. Xuan, once again, looking for an opening on this map. This is total tower domination. Their speed of tower takes is much faster on the side of Nova Esports.
But still, good wave clear here coming from Blackstreet Esports here. They fend off the potential push coming in, but still the side lane will be a pressure as Muji has already scaled towards the mid game here with 2 items here. He will be a key target in key fights for this Jing to be marked on.
Yeah, and even though they have the kill advantage on the side of Blackstreet Esports, look, the gold is pretty much even. And the worst part for the side of BSE is Muchi is level 11. He just hit that now.
He just hit that now, and with it here, uses the item here, checks out the vision here. Are they looking for steal this? They stole it.
Yep, they did steal it. CY actually gets his hands on it. Xuan gonna run for his life, but the heals do come in. There is a little bit of deterrence coming from Muji with the Resplendent Revolver. So map is pretty even right now. It is going to be a little bit of a lead restored to the side of BSE. They get a less than, 600 gold advantage for the side of BSE?
At this point, it's dead even here, I gotta say, Kin. Right now, it's really up to the point where 10 minutes, who can find the better engage? Can Musang King or Dian look for the crucial engage or crucial assassinate? Can Xuan or CY look for these backline picks, especially onto JR, that they need to close out this game?
I'm just curious whether Waypit will be in charge of that turnaround again, right? We've seen the Jing engaged by Musang King. Stopped here, does not get the steal. CY, he settles that. And for now, it is evening out of odds. Nova Esports waiting for a prime opportunity. They need to clean up the waves first.
They gotta clean up the wave, so a bit of a goal is funneled back towards CY after a not so great early game. So right now, both teams here setting up the eventual 10-minute mark for the Shadow variant of the objectives here. I gotta say, we might see a big fight that's gonna be breaking out over the Shadow Tyrant later on.
Yep, this next big fight should guarantee more or less one of the tier 2s, maybe even a tier 3 for either of the teams. That's the position both teams are at right now. And with the goal lead just being separated by a couple of hundred, this is a true nail-biter.
It is indeed a true nail-biter right now, and also the level gap between CY and Musang King has been recovered right now, but still a fight comes through.
Yeah, they're trying to force out the ultimate coming in from the Unending Sorrow. Does not happen. Liu Bang's ultimate. The battlefield command comes down. CY is the first one to be taken down. There was not enough backup. And now Nova Esports find themselves in a very precarious position because in 15 seconds and lesser, the Shadow variants will appear.
The Shadow variants will appear in that 15 seconds that you're talking about right now. It's almost spawned in Heroes Gorge, ladies and gentlemen. That is a bit of a deja vu once again. 4 deaths, 4 kills for BSE once again. Same style of death for the side of CY.
Ooh, okay, they have finally forced out the Unending Sorrow by Zhihong. I don't think they will be able to contest, but they do push them away. JR is a little too far forward here. A little bit of vision gathered by Nova Esports. They have found out that, hey, there is no take on Tyrant for now.
Yep, there is no take. Tyrant gets resetted, but the top lane pressure will be pushed out by Xiang here. So, Nova Esports, you gotta be quick with your decision making here. The end gets poked out by the Splendid Revolver.
Okay, but at the same time, T2 in the mid is being threatened. And look, Musang King is not near. He does get the wave clear. They will start working on it. I think they might want to go for the reset. But someone needs to settle this guy Xiang at the top. Musang King, he jumps in, he tries to get the kill, but the Purify is safe today for Muchi. He will make it out safely, but here comes CY. 2-man duo to the death. Musang King is down, and right now they make a trade, 1-for-1, jungler for jungler, but the damage is coming in, Wavepet falling low. The Garo is doing all the work. JR manages to get a couple of silent snipes in, and this means they should be able to secure this Tyrant for themselves. BSE with Dian's smite, they should take a lead.
They should take a lead as we see a trade-off happening towards the crossman where Nova Esports has defaulted towards the objective onto the top side. Can they look to steal this? What is Xiang looking to do here? It is secured by some Nova Esports, so they do a handshake over the objective, but in terms of combat power with the Tyrant, BSE is definitely much stronger in the upcoming fights.
Okay, so Nova now, we definitely want to avoid fights, right? They just want to make sure that they are able to use that Shadow Overlord to kind of make a lane advantage for themselves. Ideally, I think they want to put it at the bottom side so they can then get that opposite advantage buff. But here we go. This is a big marker for the side, and they catch on onto him. The Unending Sorrow going to be forced out from Zhihong, but on the backlines as well. CY tried to get the kill onto Musang King. Musang King is low, finally falls, but CY and Xuan. Xuan has been taken down. CY, he does not want to engage anymore. But map control, I think this will be in the hands of Nova Esports right now.
This will be in the hands of Nova Esports, yes, because BSE has to handle the Vanguards as you were talking about. But still, a 1-2-1, very neck and neck. Nova Esports fighting over the Tyrant buff that's BSE Esports has. So right now, a very 50-50 game we got on our hands here, kid.
Yeah, it's really the most slightest of difference, right? It's about 1,000 gold. And the thing that is kind of saving BSE at this point, the way I see it, it feels like BSE is defending against Nova rather than Nova defending against BSE, even though they haven't managed to find JR yet.
Still, we gotta see who is gonna be the crucial engage that's gonna be finding the carries. On the side of BSE, Musang King from time to time has been putting a lot of pressure onto Muchi. For the side of Nova here, more of the engage tools are committed towards Musang King here. We have yet to see an engage being forced onto the likes of JR.
I don't think they will support this Shadow Overlord right here. They will be making a move on that mid T2, and right now, the T3s are the next for the taking from the side of Nova Esports.
And once again, Kin, the game has defaulted back into a 50-50 in terms of the gold lead for both teams here. And right now, you gotta think the next objective is yet another battleground for both teams to really duke it out to see who can get more advantage.
Yeah, look, at this time, I really don't think like gold is too big of a matter. It's really now positioning because both teams have very high killing prowess. So 6-4, neck and neck in this point. It's what, 400 gold? 500 gold that sets them apart. So really, positioning now is prime importance.
Indeed, positioning is quite important, especially when it comes to all these most important moments. One small mistake will push it to ultimate battle. One small mistake will push it into a 4-2 here. So right now, engage goes on to the end. Just a small poke right now from Waypit here. Muchi marches forward with the respawn involver here. So right now, both these two teams playing it safe, settling the waves that they have to settle before the eventual objective in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think only if you catch anyone besides Dian on the side of BSE would you go and engage. Maybe if you get your hands on Zihong, you might not fully engage. You want to bait him out for his ulti first. But we'll see. The map now, only Dian is showing on the map. And this is very important vision control by BSE. They cannot allow them to know where JR and Musang King are at.
Musang King definitely can find a flanking angle if he needs to right now. Both teams securing the mid priority here. The Liu Bang from Xiang is tied towards the top side here as he sees no one on the map. Once this objective spawns, it will be a big fight breaking out from both teams.
Yeah, just look at the damage that JR is doing against them. See why he's looking for an opening from the flank. Xuan is moving from the sides as well. Waypit jumps in, makes a weaving movement in and out. And on the backlines, look at that, a double catch with that duel to the depth. See why Waypit gets the kill, but 3 members have fallen on the side of BSE, leaving just Zihong and Xiang. How do they defend? Muchi is still alive, Wendy is still alive. The 2 turret takers now pushing the game for Nova. They want to make this the ultimate battle. Tier 3 given and now taken by the side of Nova. The crystal is exposed. Is this the ultimate battle? They get that second life. Here comes the defense. Zihong tries his best to hold. Xiang is falling low as well. Will be taken out once again. Zihong will not be able to hold. All members are down. And ace as Nova Esports, they will have to back off for now because there are no minions.
What a defense coming in from BSE here, and immaculate engage coming in from CY. Time and time again, we penalize him, we criticize him for actually dying in the fight. But still, when it mattered the most, he got the crucial pick out on both carries, Musang King and JR. And that final defense from BSE was so crucial to put them back into the game. Right now, top wave is definitely under pressure for Nova Esports, and right now, the gold leaf swings towards Nova, but still, there is a breath of life from coming BSE as they have another wave to play.
Yep, Xuan of course has to TP back, get rid of that wave. Now it's about wave management, right? And of course, we are at the 16.5 minute mark, which means these are the Shadow variants. Once again, if you have just joined us, now they will be able to send down that Shadow Overlord onto one lane of their choice. Middle lane, on the side of BSE, has been broken wide open. That's going to be super minions marching down.
Super minions marching down, you have the Milady mecha bots that's going to be tearing down your towers. So they're definitely saving this when they see Xiang appear on the lane, so he's forced to go back. So right now, Nova knocking onto the top tier 3 for the side of BSE here. When he has the ultimate, he casts the ultimate onto the tower to take it down quick.
Yeah, do they make this defense? They've done it once. I mean, Xiang is doing his best. He will be able to TP back with his ultimate, the Battlefield Command. But right now, if CY makes a unexpected charge onto the lineup of BSE, this could be very well game. It looks like they want to play it safe. They send that Shadow Overlord onto the bottom side. They get rid of that aggression from Xiang, and now they march themselves into the jungle of BSE.
Ooh, Xiang here stalling a lot of time here, making sure that the Shadow Overlord don't get the best of its value. But still, waves are coming in. Zihong gets ulted by the Milady, does not have to burn the Unending Sorrow. But health rounds are blinking low here. The first Vanguard comes in, flash engage!
Okay, that's a good effort, Zihong. He wanted to make sure that he uses ultimate at the most efficient way. So he did have to commit the flash. I'm not sure what he was looking for there. But the Overlord has reached that tier 3. This is going to be the last tier 3 to defend. And it's going to be super elite minions coming in from the side of Nova Esports. They do make the defense. Nova gives them a chance, a breather. But the next wave is not going to be kind.
Next wave is definitely not going to be kind, but right now though, the top tower is being burned down by the minions that Xiang was cultivating, and it went down! So that's actually a bit of a good news coming in from the side of BSE. At least they secure one tier 3 from the side of Nova Esports. That is a bit of a breathing room that they actually need, but still, when the game matters, when it pushes to Tempest, that's when we see with both teams can actually manage to end the game. Because right now, both objectives are not going to be respawned anytime soon. We gotta see what's the plan right now.
Yeah, look, Xiang, he knew that the team was finding it difficult to breathe. He came and gave them a gas tank, an oxygen tank, but the team just realized there's only 5% left.
Yeah, 5% left, and if you look at Muchi's item build, he's ditched the boots, he's swapped in the Safe Sanctuary, he's fully 6 slotted right now. He even probably has the money for the Destiny, for the Blood Rage, even in the case that he needs to swap towards it. So right now, all players for both teams are equally 6 slotted, almost only for the side of the Roamers.
Yeah, of all the games, we are on the cusp of a winning game in the series, and this could be our first Tempest game as they're looking for the opening. CY manages to take a look and peek inside the base. They're still searching for that prime opening.
Ooh, prime opening right now. 30 seconds on the clock as we see the first Tempest Dragon of the series being spawned in a couple of seconds right now. Kin, this Tempest will mean the world to these both teams right now. Whoever secures it will have the winning chance.
Yes, and Nova Esports, look at their positioning. I think they want to try and bait BSE to come out, but you know, for now, that Vision Sprite gonna give them a little bit of information about the whereabouts of the Nova Esports members. Now, CY is gonna start working down on this Tempest Dragon. Here comes the Howling Wind, stun comes in, Tragic Beauty gets negated by CY's slash, but on the backlines there is an opening. The flank is available. Maybe they have been spotted by Xiang. Who gets the catch? Here comes the catch. The jump by Xuan, but he's taking a little bit too much damage. Destined encounter by Wave Pit does save the day, but Xuan, because he is having a lot of armor, he gets taken down by JR. That's the start of a beautiful fight for the side of BSE, but again, he has been caught. The heals coming in from the Liu Bang. Xiang saved the day for now. And Nova, they are just unable to put too much pressure. Now they have to make a choice. Do we go for this Tempest or do we continue putting pressure?
That will be a lot of wave pressure that they have to handle towards the bottom side and the middle side here. If they go for this Tempest, they are exposed for a backdoor here. Look at Muchi and Wave Pit's position. They are looking to really tackle this side lane. If Xiang does decide to go, Muchi will go for the end along with Wave Pit here. So they cannot really take on this Tempest, as this is the fruit that they saw for Nova Esports, taking down those 2-3 tier 3s.
Yeah, Nova Esports, they're just poking and prodding at this Tempest, right? He wants to pull it to the right side to make sure they get the positioning of the side of BSE exposed to Hong's falling low.
CY
but CY is dead. There's no more smite. This is a great fight for the side of BSE. They just need to finish it. But Musang King, he's low. First life is down. Here comes Muchi with the Fever Barrage. And with the stuns coming up from the end, he does stop Muchi. There is a lot more manpower on the side of Nova for now. Xuan gets the catch on the Dien. They don't have the damage to deal on the Tempest Dragon. And the base, Zihong, he's defending for his life. And Nova, the dream to tie this series up is alive. It's well, it's a bright. And Xuan, he comes in, he wants to catch Zihong. Can he do it against? Forces out the Unending Sorrow. And the stun does come in against Xiang. Xiang will be taken down. There is not enough health points for the side of BSE. The Crystal is exposed. Wendy with the Splendor as well. And it is Xuan who changes the game. They tied up. 3-3, we will be going to that ultimate battle.
Welcome Nova Esports, welcome BSE to the first historical Game 7 of the Grand Finals of the MKL Spring Season 2025 playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game, we have a series on our hands.
Yep, it all comes down to this one last game. BSC, they couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it. It was so close. They got Muji, they got Xuan, but it was so close to the last moment. This is the fruit. This is the seeds that they planted, and Nova was rewarded with Game 7 right now. Drafts, GBP, none of it matters because it is about blind pick. It is about the coaches guessing the draft, the players' best picks. We will see Ali back into the pool. We will see Maestro back into the pool. What will be the final pick here?
Okay, let's see. They get to pick the sides right now, and I think we should get the announcement here before that. So they will bring the coaches up from both respective teams. We'll take a look at what side. I think, okay, let me make a random guess. I think BSC is going to go for the blue.
Well, we gotta see. Both these two coaches have submitted their guesses, and right now, coin toss is in the process here. The marshal, the referee, will tell us who has won the side selection in just a minute here.
Okay, they're kind of discussing, letting them know that this is what's gonna happen next, right? I want you to give him a handshake and okay, sportsmanship, respect, and we'll just crush you in game, no worries.
So right now, they are briefed already. 30 seconds on the clock. They will tell us who will be winning the coin flip, who will be winning the eventual side selection that will be due. It will be none other than BSC along, like you mentioned, Kid, the blue side.
Oh, yeah, and red side then goes to the side of Nova. So, to be honest, does it really make a difference?
Does it really make a difference? I don't know. Are we at Game 7? Yes, we are. So let's kick it off. They have 3 minutes to draft the ideal team composition that they want. After that, it will go into a blind pick where both teams lock into the picks that they have finalized. So let's think a bit. Are we gonna see the Nova Esports draft? Talk to me a bit, Kid.
Okay, so here's what's actually happening with the red and blue sides, right? So when you're looking at the red side and blue side, if you're starting on the red side, it means your prior buff is actually going to be that Azure Golem. With that rotation, you will end up, when you're level 4, at the farm lane, right? Same rotation lines for the blue side, which is why people on the red side will prefer heroes like Luna, like Hanxing, people that benefit off of the Azure buff.
Okay, so predictions coming into this draft, right? Okay, Roamer, will it be Dia or will it be the Zhang Fei coming in from Weipit?
I think a Dia works better because you will be able to last lane. I think it's a stock standard. We might see the Mai Shiranui coming into the mid.
Okay, that's for both teams, or maybe for Wendy, maybe the Yixing for Zihong, for farming, definitely the early for both players.
Yes, nobody got a chance to play that except for, I think, Nova, right?
Muji got it in game 1.
Series?
Okay, so
Muji got it in game 1.
Yeah, jungle, will it be double or grunt here, or will we see some assassin picks like the Luna, like the Pei for both teams here? What is going to be the gameplay here?
I think it's going to be a risk, right? Because Ogren is no longer as dominant as he is when he was first introduced to our taste buds at the start of Season 2. Now there's like big counters like the Musashi, Agudo. There's many ways to play around it, right? And I think we'll be looking at more combos rather than individual heroes.
Maybe the Agudo that they have found success with, especially for Nova Esports, I do think that the Agudo is a pretty good pick here. And okay, let's move away from the jungle. Clash lane. Dharma for Xiang, Guan Yu for our savior for Nova Esports, Xuan.
Yeah, you know what? I think that too. While I would love to have a Dharma mirror match, I think we might get to see the Guan Yu coming in from the side of Xuan.
Okay, that's the clash anyway. Let's go back towards the Roamer for the side of BSC. Mozi once again, Mozi and the Zihong's Ganemo maybe?
I don't think we'll get the Mozi. Honestly, I love Mozi as a hero, but is it something you want to risk? Because Mozi doesn't recover well in games.
That is true. But still, it is a high risk, high reward. Usually they do draft the most optimal draft, and there are instances where coaches go for the gamble, where they do the prediction draft of the other team and they draft against it. So that is still a potential outcome for these both teams. But definitely, mid lane, Mai Shiranui for Wendy, Arlie for the both marksmen, and top lane we have Guan Yu for Xuan, Dharma for Xiang. Just the bottom lane, Dia for maybe Weipit, and potentially the Zhang Fei for the side of the Roamer for BSE.
That's true. I mean, going up against a Mai, right? Who do you want to actually play? Like, if you were to think about it, look, Nova's coach has already set his sights and they are done discussing. So I'm pretty sure they already had a game plan. They were expecting that, hey, if we make it to a ultimate battle, this is exactly what we're going to be doing.
This is exactly what we're doing. They are still discussing for South BSE. They are still finalizing their picks. The timer is up. Nova Esports, once again, take their seats. They are primed. They are getting hydrated. Musang King, look at his expression right now. He's not stressed. He is clocked in for the champion.
Yep, it all comes down to this. I mean, there's no other way, right? In the first ever season of the Malaysia Kings League, Pro League, we have to get the full best of 7 in the grand finals.
Definitely, and we are rewarded as viewers, as the players right now. Chills.
Okay, so now we will take it step by step. Let's finish up that recap of the previous game that led us here. We are now at 3-3. What a game. This draw by Nova, did you expect it to win?
Honestly, when I saw the Malay from Wendy, it was one of his pocket picks and he really showed off his play here. 2-0-10, not dropping a single death, utilizing all his Sage Sanctuary and really put a stamp on his name. But still, CY, with a 0-4 start on the Musashi, to think that he recovered so well, making all these crucial engagements when it mattered the most, gotta give props to this guy. Mental fortitude of a champion.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with that. And one thing, to complement that performance, I think Xuan, to me, is my personal MVP of this game. He was very monumental in the changes and shifts in the, not just gold department, but in team fights, right? JR did not have a good game.
JR did not have a good day because there were so many engages coming from side of Nova Esports to lock down JR on this Garo here. Just look at the damage real quick. 200,000 on Wendy on this Malay.
200,000. That's crazy. That's a lot of damage. Not the kind of damage I'm expecting. Yeah, I'm definitely playing this guy wrong in rank.
Malady 200,000, it's okay. 100% team fight rate as well. You need this man to push towers, you need this man to do damage, you need this man to be involved in all these team fights. There you have it. He's always in every situation where you need him the most.
Yeah, the ultimates coming out from Wendy were very valuable. And I mean, with the duel to the death, CY, look, he didn't deal the biggest amount of damage, 62.6 thousand. But both him as well as Xuan, because of the way they tanked during the fights, it allowed the rest of Nova Esports to really shut the members of BSE down.
Exactly, and let's check out the gold graph real quick here. Look at this avalanche of a gold graph. It was smooth and sailing BSE until that faithful engage coming in from CY to get 2 core members from side BSE in the bottom side river, Musang King and JR, and that's where it turned entirely to the favors of Nova Esports. But however, fights after fights, people getting called out, it was stalled until the eventual Tempest Dragon tussle, where the game was ended by an eventual backdoor.
Yeah, a very big moment for the side of Nova Esports. I mean, this definitely shows you that no matter how bad a situation is in the game, if you're able to drag it off and longer into the series, I think it does help you maintain that potential to come back as well.
Yep, comeback potential secured, but let's check out the MVP of this 3-3 series is none other than the Mr. Clutch himself, Xuan. When you needed him the most, when CY was down 0-3, 0-4, he was the one to flash in, make that 3-man knockout happen, and get the breathing room that teams need the most.
Yeah, this guy has been very consistent, right? Xuan, I really like this guy. He is probably one of the best, if not the best, Clash laner in the entire MKL. Now, is he the best in the world? I don't know, but it's safe to say he is able to fight with the top guns across the globe.
Exactly, and right now, we've seen him and the team leading the charge, pulling the series back to a 3-3. All of us thought when that Jing was dominating the jungle, when CY was 0-3, we thought it was gonna be a 4-2 until this man eventually showed up into the mid lane, got that flash storm strike, got that comeback potential, set his team up for success.
Yeah, someone went to the fortune teller and was like, what's the scoreline? And the guy was telling him it's 4-2, and then Xuan flashed in, slapped his face and told him, nope, that is not gonna happen. So right now, ultimate battle, this is going to be the Dharma face-off.
Double Dharma face-off into the clash, but let's check back onto the highlights real quick. Okay, so this was the play. This was the CY play that we were talking about. Look at him, mark onto him. Double ulti on the two crucial carries, immediately annihilating them, getting the lead that they need the most. Almost securing game ending push with this push.
Yeah, because look, they even forced out the ultimate from Xiang, and it was to no avail because you're not allowed to heal. When you're Empire out, there is no heal coming in. And one of the things that CY does so well on this Musashi is the synergy with the rest of the team on the side of Nova. So when you get the duel to the death, you do actually need quite a bit of damage, which is why Musashi isn't supposed to operate on his lonesome self, especially when the game is so close. So the plenty of damage offered by Wendy and Mushi as well, and especially Xuan, was what really changed the fight in favor, but they required CY to land that duel to the death on the important members, which is exactly what he did, delivered.
He really delivered, and he cooked onto a silver platter plate here. And ladies and gentlemen, that play alone, these set of series alone, none of it matters up to this point because we are going to Ultimate Battle. It is a BO1 to decide who wins the first ever BO7 MKL history.
Oh, for sure. This one is a very exciting moment. Now, be glad and be happy as well because you are now part of history in Honor of Kings. In the first ever season of Malaysia Kings League, we are down to game number 7 of a best of 7, the full series, and you are here with us.
You are here with me, Sagi, and you are here with me once again with my partner, Kin Do-Fu here. So, Kin, we saw a glimpse of the Ultimate Battle draft just now. Apparently, we were slightly wrong. It was a double Dharma.
Yeah, double Dharma. Like, I don't know. Maybe there is going to be a change. But regardless, this is what we expected, right? Dharma is definitely one of those clash laners you want to have your hands on when it is a decider of a game.
Yep, the flash truth mantras, into the wall, multiple engages as we've seen from Xiang, from all these MKL players on this signature pick, right? So in Game 7, pulling out will be a key difference maker here when you need someone to do these multi-man engages when you need them the most. If you think about it, if it's a Dharma, we might see a Zhangfei and Mai Shiranui as well for the side of Nova Esports or Black Street Esports.
You know what? I would go in a crazy route, and I would say there is a potential that because Nova finished their drafting so fast, I feel like Nova drafted a Zhuangzi. They expected the Dharma to come out already.
Okay, that's the thing we're talking about, right? So usually in Ultimate Battle, it is blind pick, it is open for all for selection. You will have mirror matchups. There are instances in multiple leagues where teams draft against the most optimal meta picks that we have seen so far. Like you mentioned, we might see the Mai Shiranui and we might see the Dharma here. Heck, we might even see a Zhangfei here. And what are those counters? It will be the Zhuangzi here. One of these coaches probably has what it takes to predict the draft here. Oh no, the players will prefer the preference that they want to play here. It's so hard to decide until we see the actual draft that's coming in here.
Okay, someone has to give me a skin if I'm right? Give me one of the flawless skin in the game.
The Kuromi Angela.
Yeah, give me that, whatever it is. Alright, this new skin coming in this Sanrio collab, right? Give me that Kuromi skin. It looks good. But only if there is a Zhuangzi coming in from the game. And it has to be from the Nova lineup.
And it has to be from the lower lineup. Yeah, you have it. The caster prediction from Kin has set in stone for this upcoming prediction. And right now, we're still waiting for the final confirmation for both sides from production to show us what has both these two teams drafted for the eventual showdown in Game 7 of the MKL Playoffs Grand Finals.
Yeah, this one. I mean, we have been... I'm not sure about you, I have been a part of many best of 7 so far, right? And every best of 7 has been an absolute killer.
Okay, so... Okay, let's take a breather here, alright? So for the Malaysia Honor of Kings League 2025 spring season, definitely something to note that this is the first ever Game 7. This is the first ever playoff. So whoever wins this in such a fashion will cement their bragging rights, will cement the first ever trophy into their trophy collection.
Oh yes, and I mean this trophy was quite sick. The tail of the tiger actually wraps the trophy, and then you have the MKL sigil and the badge in the middle. So, and it looks like it's pretty heavy. I've been told you know the weight of this trophy.
If I'm not mistaken, from someone who told me, it weighs about almost 8 kilos.
Ooh, wow. Okay, that's heavy. Not that heavy for me. I can lift 8 kilos with one hand, no problem.
Hey.
But yeah, that is a big moment for the team, right? Always to be the first one, the first movers in a pro tournament. So let's see how this goes. It has all come down to this. Nova against Blackstrew Esports, best of 7, game number 7.
Game number 7 between Nova Esports and Blackstrew Esports, the eventual showdown. 3-3 in terms of score. First pick here coming to the clash today will be both teams picking up the Dharma.
Interesting. Dharma mirror match. Let's go. Jungling wise, Musang King wants to go with the fast pace against CY on that Agudo.
And mid lane, we will feature a Maestro Nui mid lane matchup between Zihong and Wendy.
Okay, this one is a match made. And now it is going to be the farm lane. Who would have guessed? It is definitely the early mirror match.
And the final pick to round off the team composition. It will be the Zhang Fei and Wei Pin Jia. We predicted this towards the entire draft of Nova Esports and we nailed it to perfection. Alright, let's go, kid!
Okay, so Zhang Fei against Diadea. We have seen a matchup like that before, and the Diadea did make it a little bit easier for their counterpart in the farm lane. So I'm just curious whether this is a winning matchup in the farm lane for Nova Esports.
Well, we will have to figure it out because in terms of side lane prowess, Arlie and Diadea does win over the Arlie and Zhang Fei combo. But in terms of pulling off these wonderful engages with the Zhang Fei, with the Maestro Nui and Dharma, BSE has more of the momentum when it comes to engaging. But still, kid, let's go! Game 7 between Blackstrew Esports and Nova Esports. Who will take the champion of MKL Spring Season 2025? Let's go into Game 7 of the Ultimate Battle!
Yep, game number 7, history is carved with the defeat of your opponents, BSE and Nova Esports, both looking for the gaps.
Looking for the gaps here, and we see a different approach from both teams here. Nova approaching with the mid starter for the side of Muchi and friends, rotating themselves towards the bottom side for the double wave approach for Muchi.
Yep, so they actually secure a little bit of farm for Muchi, but at the same time, JR does get that fire beak, a little bit of poking and prodding from both sides to be expected because we do have a Mai coming in, and of course, we have the RD on both sides.
Ooh, just 1 minute short and Wendy has expended the flash common spell coming in this series here. So a bit of a neck and neck here coming from both teams here as we have restored the laning phase back to a 2v2 towards the bottom side.
Okay, so this is a very important marker, right? You need to make sure that you have your composition do what it's supposed to do successfully, which in this case for Musang King, he needs to get the evades coming in. He needs to have that advantage against CY.
But still, it's Agudo. The clear speed for Agudo is nothing to be joking around with, so we have to see whether this Pei, Maestro Nui and Zhang Fei can convert into these early engages, early tempo. Because right now, if we look in terms of draft right, there's only 2 picks that are different, which is the Pei, which is the Zhang Fei here. However, with the addition of the Zhang Fei here, you have more engage angles with the Unbridled Outburst here. So I have to see how BSE pulls off these engages with BSE DN.
Yeah, I think rotation speeds is going to be the big difference maker between the teams, right? Because then that kind of puts you in a position where you get vision earlier in comparison to your opponents. And for now, I feel like BSE is rotating a little bit faster compared to Nova.
Correct, and that does seem to be the case as Zihong appears right towards the bottom side of the map of Nova Esports. Both mid laners here looking eye to eye between each other, throwing Kachosas at each other as both do not want to give up their position.
Yep, those Flaming Fists so far did not manage to hit the mark. Very nice pushback by Muji here to really deter that little aggression coming in. Wendy here gives information about the Azure Crimson Golem going in. Does not manage to steal. Musang King will be able to secure it for himself.
Well, the key difference maker will be who really pulls off the eventual engage, right? So right now, Eyes are clocked in towards the mid lane here, as right now, BSE and Co secures the priority that they need for the river control as they return back to the jungle to speed up the clear speed for Musang King.
Yeah, both teams gonna do that as well. So I think one big marker to watch out for is the real engine. That's gonna be the first skill on the side of both Wendy and Zhihong for this match. They do spot out Dian, does not hit the real engine, uppercut will miss.
Well, the Leaping Savior leaping him to safety there. So both teams here playing a relatively safe game in the first 4 minutes. But Shen here being forced out a flash common spell before Tyrant spawns.
Yeah, this is a big marker. Now, it looks like it makes maybe Nova Esports are feeling a little bit jittery with this ultimate battle. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Well, who wouldn't be, especially if you compare in terms of draft. Shen didn't have a good Dharma game. Musang King didn't have a good Agudo game. So, and this is first JR game on the early here. So all these teams, they have had the high moments for the few picks that they have picked. So right now, they are converging onto this 4-minute, the final 4-minute Tyrant that we'll be gonna see in the series.
Okay, so slight advantages here. It looks like Waypit is, Dian is actually having the level. Hang on, a real engine as a poke by Wendy. So Dian has the level advantage against Waypit previously, just EXP advantage by a small marker. Now, they're going to be wrestling for the control of this pit. CY on the back lines, first blood, Waypit gets taken down, and with that, additional stuns coming in, a double kill for Zhihong. He seems to be the better mind, as Nova, they fall at the hands of Black True Esports, and the T1 is now under pressure.
This is what we're talking about. If you burn the flash before the 4th minute mark, Xiang has an upper hand onto you and they were punished handsomely. BSE secured the first 2 kills, secured the Tyrant, and right now they are up on the board with a healthy 1.4k gold lead.
Okay, silver lining, BSE did not manage to invade the jungle of Nova Esports that much, so Azure buff will be back in the hands of CY. But right now, it's close to a 1,500 gold lead for the side of Black True Esports.
This was the same story from last game where Nova Esports were fallen behind in the early stages of the game. But Mr. Clutcher, Nova's strength here, will he make a difference is what we have to find out as an answer. As of this moment, both sides, they are looking neck to neck. 1,000 gold lead only differs them apart.
Yeah, 1,000, not the biggest here. Xiang actually has to move away. Gets the Truth Mantra down! What is happening here? They get the kill on the Wendy as well. Here comes the back out, but Xuan has to give his life. He does take Xiang down with him, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Black True Esports maintain their lead.
They maintain their lead, they are looking towards the jungle, and right now I think he secured the camp, the Crimson Golem from the side of CY's jungle here. That is a devastating blow going to the side of Nova Esports here as BSE secured once again a valid trade towards their hands.
Yeah, BSE doing so well. They take the T1 on the top as well. 4-1 kills. BSE in a considerable 2,000 gold lead.
Considerable 2,000 gold lead, a very healthy 2,000 gold lead, and Musang King, his engine has started, and look at Zhihong. His Maestro is popping off with 3 kills already.
Yep, 3 kills, 3.7k, close to 4,000 in the bank. Along with the Insatiable Tomb, the lifesteal is a little bit stronger in the hands of Zhihong right now, which means he can play a little bit more aggressive. CY, he has to try and secure this against Musang King. But as it stands, Dian falling a bit low, does have his unbridled Albert. Xuan gets the catch onto Xiang, but they will push them back for the time moment. Wendy gets a knockup, will not have the follow-up from the team. Xuan unable to survive for now, trying to get the kill. Xiang is down. Musang King falls back away. Zhihong as well, he has to run. Everyone is low on the side. Dian has given his life for the cause. Nova Esports, they return the favor. Now T1 in the mid, open for the taking, and they push him away. Azure Golem, open for the taking, and Nova responds splendidly.
Handsome reply coming in from Nova Esports. They take the mid tower, they take the 2 kills, they pick the entire jungle coming in from Black True Esports. Right now, they are back in the driver's seat. They are pulled even 4 to 3 in kills, and gold lead is dead even.
Okay, so look at Xuan. I think if you focus on his gold, he's now at 4.7, right? So he's close to almost 1,000 ahead. He's so far that balancing act and safety net for CY, because CY is actually trailing by also close to 1,000 gold against Musang King.
But still, it's fine. CY is playing the utility jungle. He's not the carry-centric jungle. As long as he's providing the wild growth, providing the pull-up engage with Wendy and Xuan, he's A-OK fine. Xuan here, however, if he moves towards all these early items, the Pure Sky, the Frost God's Embrace, he will be a force to be reckoned with if these immediate engages when it differs down to the early. That's going to be the main carry.
True, I think, okay, for me, the main concern here is Wendy, Xiang catches here, the backup comes, they do not get that catch, and right now Xiang is at risk. He will be safe for the time being. The Radiant saved the day, nobody's able to finish the job onto Xiang. In the meantime, it looks like Musang King has been caught. The knockup, Wendy unable to get the finishing blow, but Dian has to give his life. JR, he has been caught. BSE, the falling low, and one more kill should do it. JR and Dian, the both of them have taken a big fall, and the goalie they have acquired for themselves, it is now in the hands of Nova.
As we mentioned, once again, when you need him the most, Xuan is once again there to protect his marksman. And through that exchange, Nova up once again with 2 kills. Right now, they're leading the kills, leading the goal in this exchange.
Yep, they wrestled that lead over. Now it's 1,000 gold going to the side of Nova Esports.
Yes, indeed, and right now they're still neck and neck. We can still never count them out. Right now, the key difference maker here is no longer any of the 4 players here. It is down to the 2 Dharmas to land these crucial engages, especially onto the backline of both teams.
Yeah, it feels like it's not just the Dharmas also, right? I feel like both Wendy and Zhihong have been very prominent in changing the whole situation. Like the diving in, the knockback from Wendy, knockback from Zhihong. Now, both of them, they are at close to 6,000. That is the gold marker that they're looking to fulfill. That's when you get your main items as a mine.
I agree, and look at the items coming from Muji so far. He has secured himself a Curious as well to block out the immediate burst coming in from Xiang with the Truth Mantra here. So that is a bit of a safety net coming in from Muji to really say if he cannot respond to these engages, he still has that armor stat.
Yep, and we were talking about, hey, Nova seems to be a better team fighting team against BSC, but for now, it looks like Nova is just playing the map a little bit better compared to Black True Esports.
Well, it is stemmed from all those goalies that they have collected so far through those 2 big winning fights that they have gotten. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow variant, the Shadow Tyrant has spawned onto the map. Both teams are lingering towards this river and they look to duke it out.
Yep, the clouds cover the skies at this point. Yen gives an opening, they get another catch, but this time is returned in kind. JR, he gets the kill, and all the damage that they have is passed on to Nova Esports as they take a hard fall. Yen, though, he needs to provide protection because JR is falling a little bit low. They did not manage to catch CY, which is why Nova survived this onslaught, but it's a painful recovery for the side of Nova.
Once again, the Dharma engage from Xiang. They are taking turns to be the Mr. Clutch into this series here. And right now, we're looking at BSE. They started the Shadow Tyrant here, 2v3. Waypin is on the map.
Yeah, Wendy gets a knock-up as well, killing spree for Dian. And with that, Wendy will sacrifice his life. See why he wants to get this kill onto JR, will not do so. Has to give up the consolation prize of a Tyrant, and Xuan comes in, gets the truth down, not yet. Now finally finishes the job for Xiang. He does have the lifesteal with the formlessness, and Musang King, they're going in for the chase. Right now there is a dash, Waypit will be brought to safety, but the Azure buff now taken away from the hands of Nova Esports.
Nova Esports, they managed to take down JR, so that's one Shadow Tyrant buff. That's not all the core carries coming in from Black True Esports. That is a bit of something that they can stop. So right now, both teams, once again, tied even in score, tied even in kills. What separates them is the upcoming fight, is all these crucial engages. Who will be the hero of this series?
Yeah, you know what? It feels like, as the Dharma, you don't want to put your Truth Mantra down first. You want to wait for the Truth Mantra to be your secondary move, right? As in, like, the turnaround by Xiang was actually quite sick. He was the one being caught, but he turned that whole situation around against Nova.
We'll have to see in terms of this. Like you mentioned, team fight, the execution that Nova Esports are so prized about. But still, when it comes down to the last moment, we'll have to see who pulls off a better engage and a better team fight. Hold on though, Dian gets caught out.
Yep, going to be using the Unbridled Offers on the backline. CY under threat, but there is 4 different members working their way onto Dien. Nobody's dying just yet on the side of Nova, and they have overcommitted on the side of Black True Esports. Something is going on. There is not enough clean communication coming in, and Nova, they count their lucky stars.
They count their lucky stars and they did not get a crucial engage that they needed onto the key targets here. Look at the gold. Both marksmen coming in from Nova Esports and BSE. They are slowly approaching the Daybreaker that is so essential in taking down these tanks. Once they appreciate it, once they get it, that is the key moment. But still, look a bit onto the gold of the Clashing here. Shren is creeping towards the Starbreaker here.
Yeah. If in the situation where, let's say, BSE has the Tyrant buff, I think this will be a nice situation to be in. But Nova now, they're able to get this Shadow Overlord and Shadow Vanguards down with BSE having no Tyrant buff. So this is going to be a tough defense for BSE.
It will indeed be a tough defense for BSE as the Vanguards has been spawned onto the map. This will be the last few remaining times that we will see the Vanguards on the hero scores for quite a while, ladies and gentlemen. This is Game 7, and right now, Nova Esports marching with that 2,000 gold that we talked about. They are looking for even more of a gold lead.
Yeah, look at the mirror match differential, right? So Xiang is only at 7.4. Shren is already at 9,000 gold. So he does have the ability to deal a little bit more damage in comparison to Xiang. Now it really comes down to who is able to catch their counterparts.
Exactly, and who can get all these big engages? Is it Wendy? Is it Shren? Is it Xiang? Is it Zihong or even Dien? We will get an answer in a short moment here. 14 minutes on the clock. The teams are pressuring towards the tier 3 of the Clashing of BSE as of this moment.
Okay, anytime they stand near the walls, you need to be really careful. Both of the Dharmas are looking for an opening. At this point, Wendy gets a couple of pokes in. Dien is falling a little bit low. T3 under pressure. They have to give this up. T3 on the top, broken down. T3 at the bottom, still safe. In the mid as well, still safe. But Nova Esports, they now occupy the jungle of Black True Esports.
They occupy the jungle, they have the better positioning here, but look at Muji though, where is he positioned at? Right now, everybody's in the bottom half of the jungle. Look at Shren, he's not in vision, the end is dangerously low.
Yeah, they don't have information on Shren as well. Like, right now, Xiang and Zihong, they want to make that rotation, which means they might have to give up prio over this Shadow Tyrant. And this might not be an advantage you want to give to the side Nova. Nova, they get it, they straight away make a beeline, start rushing in, trying to force out any mistakes in position on the side of BSE.
Yup, and right now, with the newly acquired Tyrant bug that's taking down 75 seconds fresh, they are looking to clock down one more tier 3 from the side of Black True Esports. And we were well informed from multiple games in this series, once you start this engine, it does not stop. So right now, this may be the final push here coming in from Nova.
They're looking for an opening. Again, he's falling so low. It's so scary. Even though when he has the Unbridled Outburst, it might be too little too late if he does not activate it in time. So right now, Nova Esports, they're looking for an opening, right? Scouting. Where is this gap? T3 at the bottom, broken.
Destroyed a tower.
Once another tier 3 here, if they want to play it safe, they can always wait for the Vanguard that's spawning in 30 seconds here. What is your call here, Nova? Is it the go time to break the game open?
They have been punished for being impatient. Here comes the jump. Zihong actually gets that catch onto Wendy. There is no comeback for now. JR destroys Waypin. There's 2 members down on the side of Nova. But on the mid side, BSE, Zihong has taken a fall. Dien, he's looking for the kill on the CY. Will not be able to do it. Gets the go home, but Muji, here comes a comeback. 2 kills for him. 3 members down. Muji survives, but he has the ability to not die. No, he got taken out by Musan King. The defense stays strong, but it's 2 members against 2.
CY here, looking for the eventual push here. Dodges away the True Mantra, gets hit!
Yup, Xiang, he saved the day, and now they have bought themselves a lifeline for the side of BSE. A short one, but a lifeline nonetheless.
The Crystal is here to see another day for the side of BSE team composition. 30 seconds on the clock for CY. That means Musan King and the friends of BSE, they can secure this overload that they desperately need to make a comeback.
Yeah, desperately is the appropriate word here because kill scores 13-13. But right now, if they get the steal, it'll be great. They will not be able to do so. Xiang enters the fight. Xuan, he's looking for an opening. I don't think they really want to fight here. Muji, yeah, what is he doing here? He gets taken out.
Big
unstoppable by Musan King. Overconfidence for the side of Nova Esports. Is this the biggest mistake they have made?
It might just be that was a platform box that you will never ever take in your lifetime. But right now though, the waves are pressuring towards the side of Nova Esports. These Shadow Vanguards are marching towards their base. 25-second death timer onto the most important member, if not the most important member of the late game of Nova Esports.
Yep, 20 seconds could be the difference maker between a victory of this series, being the champions of MKL, or being the runner-up. Dian, he marches in. Waypit will use the Destined Encounter. They're trying to deter them from coming in some more. Will be successful for the moment on the side of Nova Esports, but the Team 3 on the top needs to be equalized. Wendy, it's a shot to the face. The next round is coming up.
The next round is coming up. Wendy goes
Wendy! Yeah, he gets caught out as well. Xiang gets the kill on the Wendy on the backline. Zihong does get the kill on the Muji as well. There is a lack of damage, but Musan King has to give his first life. Where is the backup? Waypay coming in with the heals. Xuan goes in with the flash. And this could begin the last surviving member of BSE. Survivor no longer. And there is a wave to work with. At the same time, Xuan will defend that T3 at the bottom. Nova Esports and Ace. But 20 seconds, do they have enough time?
I think that's game here, kid. The minions are marching towards the top side. Only 10 seconds on the clock. Can JR be the difference maker here? Clock's ticking. People are serious. This might be the first ever MKL champions of Nova! Nova Esports have done it!
They will be your first ever MKL Season 1 Spring Season 2025 champions. Congratulations to Nova Esports.
Nova Esports have done it. This was the script that was given to them. This was from back-to-back series. Remember HOKS3. Remember how they fell towards a 3-2 situation. They did it once again.
Yo, that was crazy. Look at Xuan. Xuan is clutching his heart. And I am clutching my heart at the same time as well. I mean, okay, look, we celebrate the winners, but we also need to take a look at where this journey came from. BSE, these boys did their team proud, but it was not enough because Nova was just one class above.
Nova was one class above, down to the most possible moments here. The fans, the crowd, no one knew who would win the eventual series, but still, Nova, in the end, they came out on top, and they came out as the first ever in history of Malaysia Honor of Kings League 2025 Spring Season, the first ever historical champions.
Right, it's a great one, and so here's some learning lessons. Diadea over Zhang Fei any day, mirror match.
But it wasn't down to the picks here, Ken. It was down to these cool key moments where the Mr. Clutch of all these teams, everyone had their high moments here, and it resulted into this best of 7 series that we've seen in the lifetime.
Alright, we will get an interview segment, and let's take a look at what Choo Choo has for us.
Of MKL Spring Season 2025 is here at Sunway. Blue Concourse, history is written. Your MKL Spring Season 2025 champions. Now, players, the moment you've been waiting for. Okay, players, let's have all your hands on the trophy. We all count down it together. Okay, we count down to lift the trophy together with Nova. Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1, Nova! Esports! Your MKL 2025 champion! Oh my God, that was, wow. It's heavy, right? That's just how heavy the responsibility of a champion. Oh my, we're gonna have the interview. I mean, this is... Who's gonna start first? Who wanna answer? Wait a bit. Okay. Nova Esport, wait a bit, rower. You know, we don't follow script this one. It's been a while we have this discussion. Who is the real champion of Malaysia? BSE or Nova? And this is the first time you have it on stage to finally prove you are the undisputed champion. How's the view up here? How do you feel right now?
Sangat letih.
Too tired. Too tired of a very long journey, I get it. But at the same time, I want to ask you, you've been through so much. You fought for your life when you were sick. Your whole team backed you up. And now you finally get to say, I am the champion for Malaysia, Honor of Kings MKL. What does this championship really mean to you? 这一次你终于夺冠军了，对你来说，那意味着是什么？
我觉得冠军意味着就是今年的算是第2个大比赛冠军嘛，也是比较开心。
开心而已。
就开心了。
开心罢了。This is the second big tournament that actually got themselves as champions. But all he can say, I think he's speechless himself, is being happy and happy. And can we have, who else want to answer my question? I think, okay, Coach, I'm sorry, Coach. How? Okay, I don't want to ask a very common question. You know what? You just won yourself 11,000 USD. So, Coach, what's the first thing you're gonna do after this? 你已经赢了，你是1000美金的冠军奖，对吗？是啊。第一件事你要做的是什么？
第一件事是先回基地好好睡一觉啊！我们这1个月，其实所有的选手们我们真的大家都尽力了，在这里。今晚不训练，所有人睡一个好觉，谢谢。Everybody for sleep.
Sleep is the real true victory for the real winner and champions out there. They're not gonna do anything else. Not even 不吃晚餐吗？ They just want to sleep.
Yeah, and 火锅。
They will have a bit of a rest, and of course they're gonna get their dinner as well. Now, okay, Yola, what do you guys have to say? Any of you? You have so much of your family, friends, fans. What do you have to say to all of them supporting you in any languages you're comfortable?
就很感谢大家来支持 Nova 吧，不管是粉丝还是家人，然后我们没有让大家失望。
They want to thank all of the fans. Doesn't matter if friends, family, everybody that come all the way, that's been supporting him all this while. We're glad we didn't disappoint you. Thank you so much. Now I would like to present some reward for all the champions. I'm going to move over the other side. I'm sorry. Okay. Congratulations again for Nova Esports. And now, to present a very special reward to our champions, let's welcome to the stage Miss Fiona, Brand Director of Rumi Malaysia. And our champions will more than just the title today. They'll also be taking home the brand new, cutting-edge Rumi 14 series smartphone. A perfect reward for the perfect victory. Xuan, the Clash laner. And then we have Wendy, the mid laner. Wapit, the roamer. CY, the jungler. And all of them presented by the real me. Thank you so much, Miss Fiona. But before we get into that, let's take a bit of photo. Look at the center, left, right. Okay, look at the center. 拍照，拍照，看中间拍照。我们拍照下可以吗？ Okay, pose. They're having a chat. They're having fun. Okay, right now, we still need Miss Fiona. Okay, we're gonna announce the FMVP award. Who do you think will get the FMVP award? CY? Let's count down together. Thank you so much, Miss Fiona. Sorry. And 3, 2, 1. Xuan! Miss Fiona will present Xuan with the latest Realme GT7 for the award to the FMVP. It's going to be the Realme GT7 Dream Edition, special collaboration with Aston Martin F1. The Realme GT7 is a 2025 flagship killer, packed with the flagship chipset, massive battery, and cooling area for fast performance. It brings you a very pleasant gaming experience in every match, and the GT7 is now available in Realme store nationwide with great popularity. Thank you so much, Miss Fiona. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the FMVP of Asia UK MKL Spring Season, and none other than Nova Esports, Xuan. Now this is gonna be the all moment that we all been waiting that has arrived. The time has come to reveal the teams that will carry Malaysia flag to the international stage. The road to KWC starts right here, right now. Let's bring back our second runner-up and our first runner-up back on stage for the award ceremony. AG Global and BSC, please be up on the stage to join in as we're gonna present the mock check, the warriors who stood tall till the end of our first runner-up and second runner-up for MKL Spring Season 2025. There's 3 incredible teams that will represent Malaysia. And to officiate this prestigious moment, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Eugene Chin, Country Manager of Tencent Games, Malaysia. Earlier today, we witnessed history as we crown our MKL 2025 champion. But first up, let's celebrate our second runner-up. Make some noise, AG Global! Let's pose for a picture. Okay, for the next one, joining them, Mr. Eugene, thank you for having a long walk today. Our first runner-up. Give it up to none other than Black Shoe Esports. Pose for the camera. And last, definitely not the least, our MKL 2025 champion, the team that rose above all to seize the crown. They too will be representing Malaysia at KWC. This is Nova Esports! A heartfelt thank you to Mr. Eugene Chin for joining us and presenting this honor to our top teams. Now, players, there's another surprise to be revealed for all our audience. Let's flip the ticket that around together in 3, 2, 1. This will be the team to represent Malaysia in KWC. Let the world see your official placement on the grand international stage. Now I request all players to be in the center to join in the champions as they will represent brotherhood. To join in and join hands to bring the Malaysian flag on the world stage. You're gonna carry our flag, our hopes, and our pride. Go out there, fight with passion, and make Malaysia proud on the world stage at KWC. One more time, give it up for your MKL Spring Season 2025 Top 3 and Malaysia KWC representative. Now, thank you so much for our first and second runner-up teams. We'll be looking forward for your performance to bring us the pride, the glory, and the honor back to Malaysia for KWC. Now, we want to share one last moment with all of you to join in to lift the trophy one more time. But before that, we can see our champions' hands are full. So I request our Dolia and also our Tachao, can you please assist us with their Realme devices? Because I feel like they don't have enough hands right now. Don't worry, the Dolia and the Tachao, they're just gonna teleport somewhere and you can get your devices of Realme 14 in a swimming pool later. I'm just kidding. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Let's lift the trophy one last time together. Everybody, Noel, go ahead. Are you guys ready? Let's count down together. Everyone, this is your true champion. Let's lift it in 3, 2, 1. Nova Esports! This is what a true champion looks like. The champion who rose above all. And this is your time, your triumph, your legacy. Nova Esports! To everyone, to every single one of you that are watching us here at the venue, and to all of you tuning in from around the world and on the live stream, thank you so much for sticking with us through every moment, every match, and every roar of the crowd. We hope you had as much fun as we did, and we can't wait to see you in the next season of MKL. I'm Choo Choo, signing off. Until next time, you guys are awesome!
it's all a showtime. It's all a showtime. It's all a showtime.